I spell that right? I hope I spelled that right. Or else I didn't I spell that right. Spell that right? I hope I spelled that right. Oop. Looks like I got my quality control. Awesome. I think that's spelled right. That's right. I need to add tags. Sure. Casual playthrough. Ah, I fucking did the wrong one. Can't spell. There we go. So I should have English casual playthrough. Awesome. Key. Do this. Do that. Do this. Do that. Do this. Do that. Do this. Do that. I like that. I like that. That. That's fine. That's fine. Mm. 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 Right now. So, there we go. Where we last left off. Oh crap, where am I at? I think I did that already. I did that. Yeah, I'm here in Baraha. Burara. Burara. Yeah. .11. That's what I wrote it down. Have those. Have those. Have those. Don't have these. Bless you, sweetie. Just love how all their cattails are moving in sync. That's adorable. Okay. Restaurant. Do Starova again. North. West. Yeah.
I could certainly use the practice. This is...
Sure, I'd love to. It looks great. All right, let's get started. Huh? Think... I'll get right to work.
Go lay down.
This is some of my finest culinary work. I'll get right to work. This is some of my... All right, let's get started.
It's not one of them, huh?
Sure, I'd love to. It looks great if I do...
I could certainly use the practice. I'm proud of this one.
It's Fee's Cooking Power Hour. You can... Sure, I'd love to. I really hope you'll like it. All right, let's get started. Huh? Thank goodness. I'll get right to work. This is some of my finest...
Okay.
Hmm? Is there something wrong, Sharon? Oh no, not at all.
That one's gonna be a pain. Careful. That one's gonna be a pain.
This one looks dangerous. Be careful.
My turn. Now, let's get this over with.
Understood. How about this?
Yes, you young lady.
Mission complete.
I did it!
Done.
I'm so glad. Oh, look! There's a treasure chest.
Yay. Just like zoom. How you feeling back there, Groovers? Doing
The
alright.
advantage is ours.
Okay.
Got it. Let's go, Emma. All right. Yeah, yeah.
It's not too hot in here,
Look
right?
at us, Fee. We did it.
Yeah, we weren't half bad.
Good.
Now's our chance. Let's get him!
Okay.
Got it. you up!
Let's move. Ha! Now! Now, Laura!
Leave this to me!
Sit!
Our fighting was in perfect sync.
When I could keep up, at least.
Advantage is ours. Let's finish him. My turn. Eliminating targets. Now. Let's go, Emma.
All right! Ha! Look at... I feel stronger than ever! Oh my, what a lovely chest.
The advantage is ours.
Okay. One. Got it.
I'll back you up! Isn't this a surprise?
Now's our chance. Let's get him!
My turn. Beginning mission.
Let's move. Ha! Now!
An opening!
Of course! Dance, flames! Aster flare! We should be safe now. This one looks dangerous. Be careful.
My turn.
Gather on my blade. Ha! Strike!
My turn.
Let's keep going.
Great!
Done.
Huh? Thank goodness.
guess this is the hold?
It's awfully spacious for one.
Oh, isn't this a pleasant surprise? There's a treasure chest here.
You certainly took your time.
Eustace!
I suspected it was you.
How long did you intend to make me wait? I have wondered whether you would even bother to show up.
Do you know how much trouble you made us go through to get here?
There are eyes everywhere in this city. It would have drawn too much attention for you to come here directly. That was just my way of looking out for you. Perhaps you could try thanking me.
At least you're well. That's what matters. It really is great to see you again, Eustace.
The same to you. I'm impressed you were able to overcome the many ordeals you've no doubt faced to make it this far. Though I should hardly be surprised. I've always had high expectations of you. You've made good on your word and showed me exactly what noblesse oblige means to you. I would like to believe that in my own way, I have done the same.
I think you have. Unlike you, though, I don't think I would have been able to do anything without everyone's help. Still, thanks, Eustace.
This means that all of Class 7 is finally together again, and I couldn't be more overwhelmed with joy. Congratulations, everyone.
Thank you so much. You've been a tremendous part of making this happen. Thank you, Sharon.
I haven't the foggiest idea what Sharon is doing here, but I suppose it doesn't matter right now.
Eustace?
I've been kept abreast of your activities through the Noble Alliance's information network. So I'm well aware you've been fighting their forces across the land using that ash-colored knight of yours. As well as the fact that you've chosen not to ally yourselves with the Imperial Army, but instead fight as a third faction.
Oh, has word of Valimar been getting around that much?
That said, I didn't arrange for us to meet like this just to see one another again. I did so that I could make the difference between our respective positions crystal clear.
What do you mean?
I see. You have no intention of coming with us, do you?
No.
This is a joke, right?
You surely saw this coming. I'm the son of one of the most influential figures in the Noble Alliance. And as I imagine you're already aware, I've been assisting him and his provincial army in fighting this war.
Well, we know, but...
Is this what you believe to be your duty as a noble?
Meanwhile, my brother is acting as the Alliance Force's Chief of Staff, and as for my father, he was responsible for hiring Jaegers to attack Ymir, which is not only your home, but the home of all the kind-hearted people who welcomed me with open arms earlier in the year. I can only apologize. If I'd returned home early... No. I don't even have the right to do that much. Yet with that in mind, it should be clear that we can't go back to the way things were. The gulf between us is simply too vast to be filled. Our paths have parted. That is reality.
Eustace, please. It doesn't have to be like this, Eustace.
I will guarantee you safe passage out of the city. If you deem it necessary, I can even have you escorted out by car. However, once you're out, we can no...
Eustace. I can understand why you feel somewhat responsible for what happened in Ymir. I can understand why you, as an Alborea, feel as though certain things are inherently expected of you. Actually, I should probably tell you that Dad woke up the other day. All that's left is for him to get his stamina back now. He'll make a full recovery.
That's good news. I would have liked to pay him a visit myself. But with circumstances as they are...
Oh, don't worry about it. I'm not telling you that to make you feel guilty. I'm telling you because I don't want that to be your reason for what you're doing.
Pardon?
What I want to know is what you want to do, and the path you want to take. If you want to help your family because you agree with the ideals of the Noble Alliance, I won't stop you. But if that's not what you want to do, if you're only helping because you feel like you have to for whatever reason, if you're doing it because you feel responsible for what happened to my dad, which, by the way, you aren't, or if you're doing it because, as much as you want to come with us, you feel like you don't have the right to, then you're nothing more than a coward who's running away. And I don't believe that's how a real Erebonian noble should act. They should do what they believe is right, and do it with pride. If Dad was here now, he'd say the same thing.
It's kind of harsh.
It might sound cold, but he's right.
We're only students, still learning more about the world around us. Alone, we don't have the experience or knowledge to go around proposing solutions to the conflicts in this country, not to the war going on around us, nor to the class divides that started it. But that's alone. And that's why I think we all need to come together as a class again. We're all inexperienced, but we all come from different backgrounds and social standings, and we each have unique experiences to share. It's only by pulling those together that we can overcome whatever life throws at us. It's worked for us during every one of our field studies. Why wouldn't it work now?
He's right, Eustace.
Indeed. Reen had to remind me of that too, you know.
It's always nerve-wracking for those of us who have to watch you pull crazy stunts all the time, I hope you know.
It certainly is.
I see my suspicions were dead on. No matter the circumstances, you've always been the one to blow away my hesitations.
Then you'll come with us?
Still, no matter what you say, I am an Alborea, and as such I have duties and responsibilities to fulfill. If you are determined not to back down, then we will have to settle this with a duel, just as you and Crow did 1 month ago.
A duel?
Follow me, Reen. Our destination is Aurochs Canyon. There we shall settle this matter once and for all.
Isn't it setting off the green screen? Green screen does not like that one. Thank you.
Well,
Ooh,
I
this.
wasn't counting on this.
Better?
Yes, it's much better. Thank you.
I'd only intended to gather information on the Crimson Wings, and yet here I am, bearing witness to such a compelling
Backyard
scene.
camera. Is there a squirrel out there?
I've no duty to report anything I see to Duke Alborea, but I suppose there isn't any harm in watching how things unfold.
Do what you want. I don't care. I'll just go kill time in town or something.
Oh no, not this time. You're coming with me and that's that. I'm here to support you, not babysit you. You're the one with a number, not me. Try acting like it.
Fine, fine. What a pain. There's a familiar face among them, so this might not be a total waste of time.
Oh, are you gonna let me ride a motorcycle versus your horse? That's kinda unfair.
Isn't this Angelica's bike?
I thought she entrusted it to you after she withdrew, Reen.
What in the world is it doing here?
I made use of my family's influence to have it brought here from the academy. Since then, it's been left in the hands of a skilled mechanic, so it's been well maintained. You will be riding that for our duel.
You mean our duel will be a race between me on this bike and you on that horse?
Partially. The finish line will be the plateau where we fought that monster during our field study. Once there, we shall begin a sword fight to determine the victor. Whoever arrives first will therefore have the advantage of more time to prepare.
Oh. We did stuff like that back in the Corps too. We called them chase battles. You had to make good use of the terrain to win.
That does sound quite similar to what I had in mind.
Okay, I understand what we're going to do. So if I win, you're not backing out?
Correct. In the unlikely event that you defeat me, I will concede and go with you. But know this, I've absolutely no intention of holding back. That bike of yours may have the advantage in terms of speed, but I know this area like the back of my hand. Do not expect this to be an easy battle.
Oh, I won't. I'll be coming at you with all I've got.
I would expect no less.
They're way too fired up about this.
We'll have to simply stand aside and see what unfolds.
Right. We'll go and take up places along the course to watch. In that case, I will signal when to begin. Rest assured, I wouldn't dream of giving either party an unfair advantage.
That works for me. How about you, Eustace?
Very well. Let's begin.
Good luck, Reen. Go get him.
I won't let you down.
Accelerate, brake to reverse, and adjust direction. Okay. Can't we make out a noise?
I'm ready, Eustace.
As am I.
Ah! Out. Don't make me get up. Mimi. Don't make me get up. You can pretend that you're licking your paw all you want. Do you want her on you? Do you want the cat on you or no? Out. Alright, I'm gonna use the restroom. Get my cat's black chat. I'll be back 1 second. There. Don't freak out. That's really nice in here, doesn't it? I like that. Is this tea cool enough for me now? So... Ooh, still a little hot, but still very good. Oh yeah, still very hot. If you want some more. Oh my god. Oh. You don't want your pina colada in or something? Get your caffeination in and choose your pina colada? And what would you like? Because I was like, if I go downstairs, I want to make sure to find it. Okay, so we don't like that. Why not just want something else? No. Otherwise, you're going to this is too much. No, I just want game substitutions. That's a little cooler. Okay. Okay, I love it. Let's see that. Oh. Ah, GameStop, yeah. I am looking good. Come on, champ. What? You're still thinking about the problem. Yeah. Ah, it's good. Sure, some more. Alright. Continue the race that I forgot all of my freaking instructions on, and hope I can pull this off.
Now demonstrate to me the strength of your resolve.
All right. Take your positions, please. 3, 2, 1. Begin!
Hang in there, Reen!
Oh,
Go, go!
going pretty slow.
Take a left here.
Use this path here.
Oh,
Everyone's really into this.
I mean,
Yes, I won.
Your performance was admirable, I'll admit.
The advantage is mine, Eustace. Let's settle this once and for all.
No matter, a handicap like this will hardly pose a problem for me. Come at me, Reen!
Let's do this!
Come at me with all you have!
Let's move. Burn to ash. Fall! Here I go. Burn to ash. Fall!
I'm just getting started. Now's our chance. Don't let it pass!
Let's move.
probably could
Burn
have
to
done that too.
ash. Fall!
This isn't...
Okay, it's safe for now.
Good fight.
Looks like I win this one.
I should have expected no less. It's hard to believe how much your swordsmanship has improved in such a short period of time.
Don't sell yourself short, Eustace. If I'd held back even a little, I'd be the one kneeling on the ground right now. Your skills really shone through, both in the race and our duel.
I can't pretend to have held back either. The victory is well and truly yours, Reen.
Reen, you...
Are you both all right?
Oh, hey guys.
You're already finished? Looks like we've got a winner.
The verdict should be plainly obvious.
Yeah, I managed to scrape through. It was pretty close, though.
Was it?
Does that mean you'll come back with us?
I fought with all my might. I performed to the very best of my abilities, holding nothing back. And even then, I couldn't compare to your strength and resolve.
That's right. Cheating. I mean, hardcore grinding, a working hard. Yeah,
With
no
that,
worry.
I have no more reservations. The path I should take is the same as yours.
About time. We're happy to have you with us, of course. We'll find the answers we seek together. And together, we'll bring Crow back too.
You can count on me. Starting today, I am a member of Class 7 once again. I'll show my father and brother just how I believe one bearing the name Albarea should live.
feel embarrassed just watching you two.
There's nothing to feel embarrassed about. This is just part of how we are as a class.
That's very true.
There are some things you learn only by directly confronting those you care about. I know this much from experience. You and I both know a thing or two about that, don't we, Fee?
Sure do.
Congratulations on reuniting nearly everyone in Class 7. I suppose now is the best time to start thinking about what to do next.
I wouldn't celebrate your paltry victory just yet.
Who was that?
Up there.
I knew it. She's the one in the Valkyrie outfit.
Who are they?
One of them is wearing armor.
Oh dear.
That animation's low.
Good day to you, ladies and gentlemen of Class 7. I'm afraid I've come to thoroughly put a damper on your reunion. I hope you don't mind.
She knows us?
Just who are you?
Well, at least one among you should already be familiar with me. But it wouldn't hurt to introduce myself for the benefit of the others. I am a lady after all. My name is Duvalie. I'm the head knight of the Stahlritter, an esteemed group led by Ouroboros' 7th Anguis in all her glory. And it is by her order that I have come here today.
You're with Ouroboros?
So the Steel Maiden sent you, did she?
Ugh, looks like our luck just ran out.
Might I ask if the Stahlritter is somehow related to the Eisenritter? The name is eerily similar. Even their only difference in name is related, with iron and steel being two metals.
Oh, you're the Arseid, aren't you?
Здорово.
Are you curious? I'll bet you are. Well, I'm not going to tell you.
Pardon?
Does it bug you? Does it? Your curiosity is going to build and build and eat away at you until you can't even sleep at night. Sucks to be you.
Is she really with Ouroboros?
I'm not quite that curious. I wouldn't want to pressure you into discussing something you aren't comfortable sharing.
Hold on a minute. There's no point in pretending you don't care. I know full well you do.
She doesn't act like it, but there's no doubting she's extremely powerful.
Indeed. She may not be an enforcer, but not for lack of skill. Although the power of the man beside her is even more frightening.
Leaving that aside for the moment, I've already introduced myself. It's only proper for you to do... Ugh! Why are you still up there? Get down here right this instant!
What do you need me for? You can handle them just fine yourself.
Oh, for goodness sake! You're supposed to be number 1! Would it kill you to even put the tiniest bit of effort into your job?
Number 1? Then he's an enforcer just like Sharon and Phantom Thief B.
Indeed. I happen to be number 9. An enforcer's number is not in any way indicative of their combat prowess. But by coincidence, his may actually be so. He's easily among the strongest in Ouroboros. Perhaps even the strongest.
Never tried fighting Steel to see which one of us gets the top spot, though. That race before was kind of fun to watch, so let's see what you got.
His name is McBurn.
The name's McBurn. Some call me the almighty conflagration. And talk is cheap. I hate conversations that just drag on and on. So let's skip to the good part, okay?
That's kind of funny.
The power radiating from him is incredible.
What are those flames?
Shall we begin? My swift swordsmanship was taught to me by my illustrious lord, the Steel Maiden. And you haven't a chance in hell of withstanding it.
Oh, I'm gonna
I've
fuck.
gone to the trouble
Well,
of coming down here.
God.
Do
No,
me a
I put this
favor
as
and
mature.
try
I'm gonna
last
pound the
to
shit
me
out of you,
before
girl.
the call quits.
What'd you say? I said, the girl's like, you're not gonna be able to withstand anything. I said, girl, I'm about to pound the shit out of you. Like, what did you say? Put this on a mature. It should be fine.
Your arrogance will be your undoing.
Give them everything you've got.
Of course!
Don't die too easy on me now.
Oh, Sharon actually came into this fight.
Let's move.
Do I have the ammo? I mean, I've already. Head Knight, the Steel Maiden. She's level 76. He's level 80? Alright, well, never mind. I don't really need it. Oh, right. Overdrive.
Here goes. Overdrive. Burn to ash. Fall. Now's our chance. Let's go, everyone.
Of course!
Very well.
Leave this to me!
May I? Witness the severing chains.
I saw this stuff back there today.
I'm afraid your fate is now sealed. Fall into death's embrace.
That's cute. That was really cute.
How are you still standing?
Let's move. Gather on my blade.
I'll handle this. Your end is sure.
This is impossible.
My turn. Blade of Light! They're off guard! Our time is now!
Very well. Leave it to me. Turn to ash.
Oh, man.
Strong enough.
He one-tapped me. I call Bushnicks.
Man, is that really what you call everything you got?
This can't be happening.
How can they be so strong?
I've never fought anyone so strong in my life. Not by a long shot.
I didn't expect we would have a chance against him head-on.
We were able to knock that knight down at least.
Ugh! I can't believe I lost to mere students. And of course, one of them had to be an Arseid. This is so humiliating!
Oh, give me a break. Were you even trying? I thought you beat Luve once. Hard to believe with that sorry sight of a fight.
I did. Granted, he won the other 99 or so battles. And I was. I simply slipped, that's all.
Interesting. You mixed by any chance?
What are you talking about?
Nothing. If you haven't noticed yourself, I'm not gonna be the one to tell you. If you haven't, it's probably not much anyway.
Huh? What do you...
Anyway, I'm out of here. You can take care of handing him over to the Duke.
You can't possibly be serious! You won't help even a teensy bit? It's a little much to handle all by myself.
Nah, I'm tired of this already. Maybe if one of them could seriously give me a run for my Mira, I'd consider it, but...
One run for your Mira coming right up.
Huh? It couldn't be.
She finally made it.
Huh?
Where did that come from?
No way. Hey, look who it is.
Nice.
Looks like I was right to hurry. I wasn't expecting to find you fighting monsters of this caliber.
You're... Instructor Sarah?
Booba.
Sorry for the wait, but don't you worry your pretty little heads none. Now that I'm here, I won't let them lay a finger on you. How could I call myself your homeroom teacher if I did?
Thanks.
You're the Purple Lightning, aren't you?
Huh. Hey, I've heard of you.
What's Sarah doing here?
We aren't dreaming, are we?
Was this your doing, Eustace?
I used a secret channel to contact her. She was to be our insurance if things took a turn for the worse.
Really?
I'm delighted to see that you're well, Lady Sarah.
Thanks, I guess. Still, looks like you've been fighting some of your old pals for the sake of my kids. And I can give credit where it's due. Thanks. And I'm glad to see you're okay, Reen. Not that you dream of forgetting the promise you made, I've got a glass of beer with your name on it.
Of course I wouldn't.
That's my boy. Until we've done that, don't even think about dying. Because if you break
that
your
you say.
promise, you'll be subjected to a little thing I like to call homework from hell.
Ugh. Do you seriously want to keep fighting? Surely you don't believe you'll win because you're an A-rank bracer.
You ask me, this is more like it. Not like there are any towns nearby I can burn down, so maybe it's time I stopped holding back.
Stay away from him.
Those are just like...
Hold on a moment! I know I said I
No.
wanted help, but I'd rather you didn't set me on fire in the
What the devil are you doing up there?
The hell?
That sounds like...
That Duke Albarea.
Isn't that Duke Albarea?
Father? Arno?
Lord Eustace.
Eustace, what is the meaning of this? You dare to leave a letter like that and simply disappear? Have you gone mad?
Letter?
Hey, Duke, you mind staying out of this? I was getting all fired up there before you came and ruined everything.
Silence! This has nothing to do with you. I will not stand for behavior like this, Eustace. You will do as I say. Your selfish actions will smear mud on the good Albarea name. Is that what you want?
My intentions are as I outlined in the contents of that letter. I intend to walk my own path with my classmates at my side. I have no wish to dirty the Albarea name. On the contrary, I wish to find for myself how I should live as one who bears it.
Eustace.
What is this drivel? I always knew what a mistake it was to accept you into this family. Come forth, Knights of Kreutzen!
That's cool. He's got himself a new Gundam.
Oh boy, here comes trouble.
These must be the soldats from Oryx Fort.
I don't recognize that one either.
It must be a new model.
Heavy armored soda.
Yeah, there goes any interest I had left. Have a blast. See ya.
You always be so indifferent.
Right.
Looks like it's your turn to shine.
Are you gonna call Valimar?
No matter the results, we can't turn back. Take care, Master Reen.
Heed my call.
Valimar, the Ashen Knight! Acknowledged.
An ash-colored knight? Huh. So that's the foul fiend that caused trouble for the soldiers from the Twin Dragons Bridge.
Oh, so that's the Ashen Knight?
The very same Great Knight that fought near Trista at that.
And I can sense even more mana coming from it now than I could then.
Its form is most impressive.
Go forth, my knights! With them in our custody, the top spot in the Alliance is as good as mine. Show them the terrifying strength of the newest addition to our army!
Yes, Your Grace.
He looks like a golem.
That one looks tough. Heavily armored, too. But I'm sure Valimar can take it.
Right! Let's do this! I'm counting on you, Valimar! Understood.
All right, you ready?
Don't have any CP. I think I'll try to take out.
I can do this.
Oh, that's right. This gives me a. Where I want to use them.
Sorry, would you
Understood.
mind?
Boost them.
It's
That's what
working.
I'm talking
Keep
about.
it up. That's it. Just a little more. Great.
Leave
just
this to
one
me.
more.
Okay, what does that do? Gives me. Uses my 1000 EP to make cover or restores.
Allow me!
Yeah, give me more CP. Some more bunkum in the head.
Onward!
This thing's supposed to give me like a cool super move. Oh, I meant to do finisher.
Go! Dragon Blade!
Oh, wow.
Well done! You did great that time!
This can't be happening. How could our new Soldat be defeated?
Damn you.
You think he's ready, Celine?
He should be.
Rean!
Give us a hand, Emma! We're going to open the spirit path!
Right!
A transportation spell?
Time to make our escape.
Wait! Eustace! You can't leave like this! I won't allow it!
Farewell for now, Father. Please give my regards to Rufus as well. It is my dearest wish that you won't repeat the mistake you made with Ymir a second time. Arno, might I ask you to return the horse I borrowed to the mansion?
As you wish, Lord Eustace.
Wait! Wait, I say! That is an order, Eustace!
No, your orders suck. Bye. Ooh, we even got my bike back.
Welcome home, Rean. I see you were able to find the rest of your classmates.
Yeah, this is everyone.
It sure wasn't easy. I'm just glad we made it back in one piece. The last part was definitely the biggest pain.
Indeed.
Regardless, we wouldn't have been able to make it here if not for you all coming to find us. Thank you.
And naturally, that goes for you too, Celine.
Yeah, whatever.
It's great to see you guys again.
The winds must have been on your side.
It sounds like there was some trouble along the way, but you came back, and that's all that matters. I can't say I'm surprised to find you're in good health, though. Ill weeds grow apace, after all.
I could say the same about you. Given how useless you are at anything you can't learn from a book, part of me expected we would next meet with you behind bars. Again.
Ugh. It hasn't even been 30 damn seconds and I already want to kill you.
Okay, my turn!
Yep.
Aw, why'd you move out of the way?
Because you were trying to hug me, obviously.
Oh, come on. You know you want to.
While I'd expected you to come back with your classmates, I didn't think you'd come back with Sarah, too. Not that anything had ever happened to you, of all people.
Thanks, I guess.
It certainly has gotten lively around here.
It sure has. You're looking a lot better, Dad.
I'm still a ways from being back to my old self, but I'm finding it a lot easier to walk around. Toval and Captain Claire have kindly been handling both the village's security and correspondence with the other regions, which means I can focus on my health.
We're not doing anything special, really.
We're just glad that you've been getting better.
That's not true at all. You've done so much for us, I don't even know where to begin thanking you. And Reen, I want you to know that we're both so proud of what you've accomplished. It couldn't have been easy coming this far, but you did it. You should hold your head high.
Thanks, Mom. Oh, I wouldn't have been able to do any of it alone. It was only possible because everyone was with me.
Well, I think we've been standing out here long enough. I've had rooms prepared for you all at the Phoenix Wing, so go ahead and rest there.
Oh, nice.
Isn't that where we stayed during our last visit?
That's the one. I imagine you must all be exhausted after all that's transpired in the past few days.
The open-air bath's finally been repaired, too. If you get the chance, you should enjoy a nice, relaxing bath after all your hard work.
Better. Look to my right. Like blinding sun in my outpost. Oops. Well, whatever. You doing okay back there? Good.
you there?
Elisa, I didn't think anyone else would come here so late at night. Sorry, I'll get out now.
There's no need to shout. I actually already knew that you were here. I'd asked the manager beforehand. So I thought now might be a good time to talk with you.
Pardon?
You want a caviar sandwich? I thought we were holding out for New Year's.
There's really nothing like a warm bath on a cold winter's day. Gazing up at the night sky, feeling the warmth of the spring coursing through your whole body. This is such bliss.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's my favorite time of year to relax in the springs too. But both of us bathing in here together is really, really not a good idea. Doesn't it bother you even a little? The two of us here alone feels kind of... I don't know.
What's the big deal? I'm covered up, aren't I? I'd appreciate it if you didn't stare so hard, though. I might have managed to pluck up the courage to come in here, but it's still kind of embarrassing.
Well, I wasn't doing it on purpose. Sorry. But what made you need to pluck up the courage to come in here to begin with? You said you wanted to talk. Anything in particular?
Well, I just wanted to thank you.
Thank me? Thank me for what? I don't feel like I've done anything that warrants being thanked.
You have, though. And for everything, really. I wanted to thank you for surviving all this time so that we could meet again. And I wanted to thank you for coming all the way to Nord to get me. Maybe we can't be here with Crow, but because of you, the rest of us are back together again.
Because of me? That's not true. Besides, it was only because of you guys that I was able to do anything at all.
Literally the guy with the magical transporting knight.
I knew you'd say that. Still, I feel like Class 7 is what it is because you're at its center.
Exactly.
We had faith that you get back up on your feet and fight, and it's because you followed through that we've come this far. I'm not the only one who feels that way either. So, thank you, Rean. Oh, come on! Knock it off with the laughing! It wasn't easy to come here and say all of this, you know.
I'm sorry. I wasn't laughing at you. It just finally hit home that everything Elise said was true. I had no idea that everyone was thinking of me as much as they were, or that so many people were looking out for me. It just made me realize all over again how blind I've been all this time. So I couldn't help but laugh at myself.
Well, I can accept that. And now that you know, I don't want you to ever forget it. We've been through so much together, Rean. We have a bond so strong, nothing can ever break it.
Don't worry. I won't forget. And now that Class 7 is together again, I'm sure we'll be able to go back to the Academy one day. As long as we don't give up, I know we can make that a reality. So, let's give it everything we've got.
Of course.
That just makes me want to go through and see if I can do... like, everybody's, like, cheat save, cheat save, cheat save. Like, go back and reload the save. I need to use the restroom. Like, waiting for a chance to pause. Oh, thank heavens. Quickly hit the menu point. Ooh, nice. Super cute. Also, you said you want caviar on bread, right?
Yeah, I'll go with you.
Of course, we won't when we go down. So triggers the voice. Like upstairs.
That's how it always is.
So I guess since you have your own tea, I'll drink my tea back. Thank you, though. I see it. Ah, so good. Okay. Now, I need to make sure that everything's working. Well, real quick, the heck was that? Okay, you come over here and do this. Who the heck's over here? Oh, my girl, I love those heels. Yes, keep boosting up your bonding points with her. Good job, good job. Oh. Why'd the font suddenly change? She's trying to whisper it. I get it now. Yes, I understand. We're supposed to be with Elise. Oh yes, let's go back to the study together, Elise. There's no reason to. I'm already max bond points with her. Alright, so that did work. So what I'm gonna do is turn that off for now. And if it gets to 1, I'll leave it at 1. I don't think I can talk to her again, right? Okay, Dad, you getting better, Dad? Okay. Dad's doing okay. Nobody else is on this floor. There's one person on that's Mom, right? Hi, Mom. We got somebody's literally right here. Speak. No. You there, Laura. Why don't you escort me to your room, big boy? Dang it. The cups have weird shadows.
So hers worked twice. The other two didn't. Oh, it says certain characters. I read that wrong. Never mind. In one shot, that's cool. Did you just knock all the balls in one shot too? That's ridiculous. Oh. I think about it. Yes, my sweetie cutie pie patootie. You okay?
I might want to close the window.
Why?
Smell.
Something? Okay. Do you think it's okay then? Is it cool enough? Sorry, is it cool enough in here?
It's supposed to be
I don't smell. Does it bother you? No. I don't give a crap. As long as it's cool in here, I'll live. How I can travel from wherever it is to in here seems strange. Just wish I had a better way to like do this without. Okay, I need to get up and fix this without, because trying to do it without getting up is going to be a little bit of a pain. At least half the year coming. But not have the sun blind me to death. The sun's trying to murderize me. Whoa! Oh, the dust, sorry. Everything's trying to murderize me.
She's not coming. Alright, well. Friend's death blow delay and vanish. That's cool. Still don't have enough to get that. Still. Does it need a gladiator badge? Still missing the bunny watch. Reinforced metal. Oh wait. Goofed. Why are you giggling?
I'm looking at different networking things for tech.
Hey man, whatever works. It pays the bills, right? I have one in my inventory. I'll have regular shinings.
Australian Shepherds of DMD.
Hmm. Shiny. I feel like I have those. They knew what they were doing with that girl's outfit. Like, oh my lord. Double. As cute as she is, she's super cute with glasses too. Plus. Let's go to the church, I guess. Apparently I can't just work to the church. gonna be a hawk. Oh, you don't have a double bonded event. That's okay. So many people in the inn. Let's go to this person first. Who is it? Uses. Bonding power. Double? Yeah, double. Why are these people honking outside, Sonya? Beep beep. Fuck you. Helium got spotted. Oh, save her for last. Yeah. Darkest depths. Wow, they actually put the music in this time. So tipsy instructor bag. Yes, you do have a second. That should be everybody. Yeah. So I need to do... Oh yeah, snowboarding. Yeah.
I did it!
New record. I got a new board. Cool. Okay, let me use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Watch it.
Heavy.
Huh?
Heavy.
I drink all that.
Right. Right. Right.
Alrighty then. It's cold. Of course, I have the fan like blowing right on me, so that kind of makes sense. Who do I want to take with? Oh wow, some people are really like underleveled. Should probably take Elliot. Well, now that I think about it, do I have the...
I hope this turns out okay. Oh, this looks...
All right, I'll give it a try. A delicacy straight from Nord. Enjoy.
Don't blame me if you croak.
Don't blame me if you croak.
Huh? This actually...
I'll follow the recipe to the letter. How could this have gone so wrong?
Okay. That worked out perfect.
Now's our chance. Let's get him.
Let's get him.
Here I go. Leave it to me. Go, CO!
Just wanted to try out his new move.
Together, we're unbeatable. Exactly how it should. I'm just getting started.
I'm awesome.
I've got it.
There she is. is this thing? Doesn't look like a fish. This looks like a monster.
Not what I had in mind.
Yeah, that's literally a monster.
If it's a fight they want. My turn. Now! Let's go, everyone!
Leave it to me!
Right. Take this!
It's my turn! Chiming darkness! Nocturne spell!
All right. Go, CO! They're open! Lend me your strength! Leave it to me!
Leave it to me!
You okay? You're hot? Crazy.
It's my turn. Time barrier.
Break! Here I go.
You weak to fire? Yeah, you're super weak to fire.
Burn to ash. Fall! Now's our chance. Let's go, everyone!
Right.
It's my turn. Take this!
Yeah.
Together, we're unbeatable.
Exactly how it should.
I'm just getting started.
I'm awesome! Ha! That's what I want to see.
No, I think why that is.
What?
I think because this is rolling.
Yeah, and that's why I'm more cool than you are, huh? Would you like me to take it out of the window and set it on the floor? So that it's blowing
you
cold
can
air
just
at
put-
you?
You can just turn it off, just keep the window open, and have the curtain hanging and locking.
You can do whatever you want to do. I will make sure I don't move. I will stay perfectly still. Unless you want me to move my chair out of the way, like this way. And I can look at your cute butt on stream. Look at that cute butt stream.
Well, it's called OnlyFans.
Your OnlyFans stream butt. I can't really see it because it keeps like glitching in and out. The camera's just trying to focus on me. Is that better for you?
It's not better for me.
Doesn't matter to me. I was gonna say you could have left the fan in there and then just use this to block the left side, then have the fan just blowing on you more. I moved the fan to the left so it wouldn't be blowing on your back because I didn't want you to feel like it was. I didn't think it would. Huh? What did it do? What are you talking about?
And then what happened?
We're so silly.
actually like this stuff.
You actually like what? Good, I'm glad. Maybe we'll rearrange the room and put your desk in front of the window. Especially since I no longer need the green screen, I can just do that.
I'd be interested in moving your desk to the left and my
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We would probably take the futon out. Unless we put the futon where my desk currently is.
Yeah.
Put my desk where your desk is, and then have your desk literally underneath the window.
I'll be good.
I think I finished everything.
It's not your spot to spell. It's vomiting. Did I pass on the role of a hybrid grandma? What's up in the neighborhood?
Ah, you went up a rank. Here's a little something from the guild.
Yeah.
Okay.
You do not
Keep it
need
up.
a dog.
You
Yay!
should be proud of yourself.
That's right.
So, shut the... What? Collaborating.
I've thought long and hard about it, and I think we as a class need to find a third way.
She's back for me. Just did a circle.
A path of our own, separate from the ones the reformist and
What are
noble
you
factions are
talking
taking.
What about it? So you know, if you put your desk there underneath the window and that AC is on during the summer, it's going to be pouring like right on you. The AC would be pouring down on top of
Maybe we'll be pulling it down.
you. Yeah. But you're going to be underneath that is what I'm saying. It's going to be cooler over there than over here.
It's pointed that way. It's pointed that way.
Plus you have to worry about
It falling.
once that's down there, it's going to be blocking half of your view. Your monitors are also going to be blocking the view.
A third way, you say? I do agree. It wouldn't feel quite right for us to directly support either side.
True. We might be military academy students, but we're still students.
Love you too.
Involving ourselves in a civil war isn't something we should take lightly. We might have a divine knight on our side, but we're still going to need to be very careful how we proceed.
Whatever we do, Valimar will certainly be at the center.
No doubt. We've all seen how powerful the Divine Knights are. If we use them right, we can intervene in the war as much as we want.
They're quite literally beings of legend. However, his potential influence on the war is all the more reason why he will need to be used cautiously.
What are we gonna do then? Even if we agree on not siding with either of the factions, I'm pretty sure each of us have different stuff we want to do, and different things that we have to do too.
Yeah, that's true. For my part, I need to rescue Elise and Princess Alphen from the Noble Alliance's clutches. Whether it's alone or with you guys, it's something I'll do.
There's no way you'll be alone for that. We're with you all the way. I'm concerned about Dad too, what with them having him under arrest.
I still can't get in contact with Fiona either. I'm glad I was able to see Dad, but I'm worried about her.
For me, I'm worried about Ruhr as a whole. It's a huge relief to see you're all right, Sharon, but Mother's still unaccounted for. I'm sorry I can't do more to comfort you, my lady.
And I have no idea where Father's been for the past month. I'm certain he must be well, but all the same.
We're all worried about our families, I see. Hopefully, we can find some information on all of them before the fighting gets any more fierce.
I'm certainly not worried about the safety of mine. Although, suffice it to say, if we choose to intervene in the war, conflict with them is all but inevitable.
That goes for Zeno and Leo, too. They've been hired by the Noble Alliance, so I'd say it's likely we'll run into them in the future.
Plus, Emma and I still need to talk to Vita to see what exactly she's trying to do. To figure out what's so important to her that she was willing
Hibernate
to
in a
break a
cave?
taboo to do it.
Or in somebody's attic
That's
if they can get
true.
in.
Whatever you decide to do,
Hmm?
you'll have my full support.
Yeah, they don't come out in the winter. Not that I remember.
Just as the warriors of Nord did
What are you
250 years
giggling
ago.
about?
So interesting.
Oh, I thought you were giggling over there. I'm like, I'm trying to watch right there.
I'm
Important
determined
scenes,
to
people
fight to
dying,
protect my second
protect my
homeland
family. My wife's still
and
back here
those who
like,
live within
what
it.
about stew in the winter? Just like random chat.
Oh, same! We can do this! I can back him up, right, Claire?
How could I say no? I have my own duties to take care of as part of the Railway Military Police, but I fully intend to support all of you with everything I have.
I'm thinking it's about time I return to helping the guild, actually. But I'll still be in touch with Sarah, so I'm sure I can lend a hand or two anytime you need it.
Naturally, I'd be overjoyed to continue serving as your dormitory's caretaker.
I'm your instructor, so you're stuck with me to the very end. Whatever you choose to do, you'll have my support. You're going to need to decide on a more specific course of action, though. Resolving to find a third way is a start, but only a start. It also leaves plenty of questions that need to be answered on top of it all.
Well, then how about this? Let's figure out right now whether or not we want to keep using Ymir as our base of operations.
Just so we're clear on this, there's a limit to how many people can use the spirit path at any one time. And with as many people as we have now, I'm not sure how useful it's going to be at this point.
And we're limited on how frequently we can use it.
Oh, right.
But we're also just as limited on where we can go otherwise. We haven't exactly been the most subtle group around. Who's to say we could even operate elsewhere?
An astute point. The Noble Alliance will no doubt be even more wary of us than before.
In the end, no matter what we decide, we lose.
Indeed. Yet we're short on time, so a decision must be made now.
There's gotta be something that only we can do.
Yeah. I don't know what it is, but I know it exists. And I'm sure that we'll find it. The best thing we can do now is keep talking things out until we find a way. There's no point in rushing into a decision.
Well, doesn't this look fun? Mind if I join in?
What in the world?
It couldn't be.
Vita?
It's lovely to see you again, Emma. You were finally able to reunite with all of your classmates. I'm happy for you. Really, I am. The goddess was on your side after all, hmm?
Cut the crap, Vita. Have you been listening in all this time?
Where are you? I'm not far at all. Listen closely now.
That sounds just like...
Is that?
It's coming from above us!
Isn't that the Noble Alliance Force's flagship?
What's the Pantagruel doing here?
Damn it! I didn't think she'd tell the rest of their army where we were.
But why now?
Why? Because our preparations are finally complete.
Vita!
Vita! You're here. Yes, I am here, in the flesh. Good day to you all, Class 7. As nice as it would be to finally give you a hug, Emma, I wouldn't want to keep our guest of honor waiting any longer. So, without further ado...
It can't be. Isn't that the Azure Knight? Crow.
Long time no see, guys. Sorry for dropping in on you like this, but I'm sure you know the drill by now. You ready to have some fun?
Is that really you, Crow?
There's no doubt about it.
See, you damn terrorist.
Come on!
Right! Heed my call! Valimar!
Acknowledged.
No, I'm
not
feeling
gonna
good.
lose this time, because at the end of the day, he's just an obstacle that needs to be overcome. So lend me your power, Valimar!
Very well. Use my power as you see fit.
You've really taken to piloting since your last encounter, haven't you? I was hoping you would, and you didn't let me down. You boys have so much potential. But potential is only that. Potential. And you, Reen, might want to reevaluate just how many obstacles need overcoming.
This is bad.
Aren't those the Alliance's allies?
Long time no see, kiddos. You doing all right, Fee?
I see the Purple Lightning has joined your ranks.
Xeno. Leo.
Zephyr!
And a few members of Ouroboros, too. Guess all the big guys wanted a piece of us today.
And look, Sammy's here too!
Kindly stop referring to Clam Soleus with that bizarre nickname.
Ha ha! Ah, it's such a pleasure to visit this wintry wonderland once again.
Oh, it's a pleasure, all right. The time for my long-awaited revenge has finally come. Now you shall pay!
It's only been 2 days since you first fought them, you know.
This could pose a problem. Why send so many powerful allies here? And all at once?
You've proven to be rather formidable adversaries after all. It wouldn't do to underestimate you.
The child.
Rufus!
I'm pleased to see you all again, ladies and gentlemen of Class 7. As for you, dear brother, I was told that you'd run away from home. It does my heart good to see you safe and sound. So, you've finally gathered up the will to make the difficult choices life set at your feet, I presume. Even if those choices place you in my line of fire?
Yes, I have.
Can't believe he's shown up too.
The Noble Alliance is pulling out all the stops to finally get rid of us, aren't they?
Reen, we'll take care of everything here. You and Valimar have your own battle to fight.
Are you sure?
We're in for a real brawl out here, but a guy couldn't ask for
Yeah, this is
better
like an all-out
opponents.
fight right now.
Leave the
Lord.
battle on the ground to us.
We've no intention of backing down without a fight. Wait, Sharon!
I know they're all strong, but still.
Well, what do you say we get started?
Here he comes!
Condom fart!
I'm impressed. You managed to hold your own better than I expected you to. It's only been a month or so, but you've really grown as an Awakener, Reen.
Well, it's hard to go through the kinds of things I have without growing from the experience. And now that I've done all that, I'm going to be the one who takes you down!
No, you're not. I said you could hold your own, not that you could win. Remember, there's still a 3-year gap's worth of experience between us. And it's time you realize just how much of an impact that gap has.
That's enough, Crow!
Do they really stand a chance?
Well, they're putting up a good fight so far, but...
Yeah, it's not looking good. They're outnumbered, for one thing.
Then it's time we lent them our aid.
Agreed. Weapons at the ready, guys.
Always in a rush, aren't you? Stay right where you are. I'll serve as your opponent today.
You will?
Trying to stop us from joining in?
I'd rather our intrusion cause as little inconvenience as possible for the people of this village. I'll let you make the first move. It's been quite some time since I last instructed you in fencing, Eustace. I look forward to seeing how you've improved.
Wow.
His guard's perfect.
Stay alert. Rufus is a master of court fencing. We'll need to put all we have into this battle to even stand a chance against him.
I would have it no other way.
Oh, okay.
Show me what you're capable of.
Very well. Know your place. Now, come.
It's my turn. They're open! Lend me your...
Righto! Here goes!
Oh, like... Hey! What? You're mine! They're open! Lend me your...
Right.
Come on, Lammy!
Show your strength. Begin. Divine lightning!
Yeah, I'm guessing I'm supposed to lose this fight.
I'm sorry, everyone.
Show your strength.
I think the mirror was the only thing that kept me alive.
I'm done for.
Well, I won't deny that was an entertaining diversion, but you'd do well to intensify your training regimen if you hope to best me.
How is he so strong?
We didn't stand a chance.
He might even be stronger than Sarah.
Are you guys okay?
Hey, You really think you've got time to be worrying about them? You ain't getting out of this one, Reen.
All right, bring it on! It's time to settle this, Crow!
Bring it on!
This'll be a tough one.
Shit.
You're wasting your time! Now! My sword will cleave open the way! Like domination! There! Gotcha! Think you can handle this? Eat this!
Maybe it was the arms.
There! Gotcha! Hope you're ready!
No, dodged it.
Darkness! Clean! There! Gotcha!
This is bad.
Let's go! My sword will cleave open the...
It's working! Keep it up!
Bring it on! Bring it on! Is that all? Think you can handle this?
Why do you keep dodging?
Eat this! Hope you're ready.
This is bad.
Fall! Let's go! Bring it on! Is that all? Hope you're ready. Fall! Now! My sword will...
That's it! Just a little more!
Fall! Now! My... Fall! Fall!
Oh, it's cheesing me now. Like, yeah, you could win this fight, but you're not supposed to. Apparently I'm not supposed to win this fight. Alright, just beat me already.
You're wasting your time. You're wasting your time.
Hey! Are you okay?
Settled enough for you? You didn't even bother to use that trump card of yours.
He wasn't even trying last time, then was he?
Come on. With the way you are now, I don't even need to try. I'll always win.
That's kicking your
And that
butt.
Reen perfectly illustrates just how massive the gulf between us is. Maybe you think you've had it tough up till now, but you're gonna need to go through a hell of a lot more if you want to even the odds.
I see the battle here has come to an end.
Oh,
Pavia.
I can't help but feel a little bummed that everything went exactly as I thought it would. Still, it just goes to show how much faith I have in your skills, my sweet Azure Chevalier.
Funny, I don't recall ever becoming yours. How's everything up top?
I think it's only a matter of time before the battle is decided. But we've caused enough trouble for the people of Ymir already. It's about time we brought this to a close. Finestrum Phantasma Window.
My apologies for not coming down to speak with you in person, ladies and gentlemen of Thor's Military Academy. You know who I am, of course, but I am Duke Cayenne, ruler of the Lemaire Province and supreme leader of the Noble Alliance.
Duke Cayenne?
So even the big guy himself is here.
I must say, what a curious group we have here. I'd heard as much, but allow me to extend my most heartfelt congratulations. My expectations have thoroughly been exceeded. When I saw young Eustace and Laura in Legram earlier this year, I could never have imagined this is how we would next meet. Oh, I'm sure your parents must have warned you against wandering off with such disreputable individuals on a number of occasions. But I suppose every child thinks that they alone know what is best for themselves. Duke Alborea was simply livid about what happened. But it can't hurt to learn more about the outside world,
Every word that leaves his mouth is condescending.
Did you come all the way here just to tell us that?
Don't be silly, child. Rean Schwarzer. I had this meeting arranged because I wanted to speak with you. Perhaps the method was a touch too garish for something so simple, but do forgive me for not formally requesting an audience.
With me?
With you. Allow me to get right to the point. I wish to invite you, Ashen Chevalier, aboard our flagship.
Huh? Wait, why?
I've heard all about your magnificent exploits across the land. And so I thought it would be nice to sit down and have a long, pleasant chat with you. About the past, the present, as well as your future.
Are you suggesting... You want Rean to join the Noble Alliance?
Should you accept my invitation, we will withdraw peacefully from Ymir. Furthermore, I give you my personal assurance that we will leave this village alone for the duration of this war. A fine proposition, is it not? Are we interested?
Very well. Allow me to accept your invitation.
Don't be an idiot! This is clearly a trap! They wouldn't come all the way out here and take you into their flagship if it weren't.
I appreciate your concern. But trap or not, this might be a good chance for us, too. I think I'd regret it if I let it pass. Valimar, transport Celine back outside.
Are you certain?
Now hold it right there!
Don't worry about me. The odds were against all of us getting back together, but we did it. And I'm sure we can do it again, too. So just wait with Emma for now. I'll be back before you know it. Valimar, if you would.
Very well.
Wait!
It seems the time has come for us to part ways once again. But remember this. You're an Alborea. There is power and dignity in that name, to whatever end you would use it. I want you to prove that the convictions you cling to are worthy of your loyalty. Not for my benefit, but for yours.
Wait!
Lord Rufus!
Well met, Lord Schwarzer. It's a pleasure to see you again. Allow me to extend my apologies for the harm my father visited upon this town and its people.
Never mind that. What do you intend to do with my son? And what is a promising young man like yourself?
We're simply going to borrow young Rean for a short while. There's nothing to worry about. I'm a busy man these days, though, so for now, I bid you adieu.
Rean! We all finally got back together, too. Why?
Sorry, but I'll be back, I promise. So stay safe.
Rean!
Rean!
Now, that was only the first act. Whew.
So this is what Duke Cayenne looks like from up close. It's hard to believe that I've ended up in the same room as the leader of the Noble Alliance. Although, I guess we did meet back in Legram before the war broke out.
Rean Schwarzer. Truth be told, we don't want this war to drag on any more than you do.
Really?
We only acted as we did due in part to our dearly departed Chancellor's behavior being far too unreasonable to justify turning a blind eye. He garnered the trust of His Majesty, and in turn misused that trust. He flagrantly disregarded this nation's beloved culture and traditions, treating Erebonia as if it were his own personal property. Surely you too noticed this.
Well, I can't say I disagree. We did hear story after story during our field studies about how aggressive his policies were, about the way he didn't care how many enemies he made as a result, creating terrorist groups like the Imperial Liberation Front.
But as I said, the cause of our nation's ills is now gone. Now, all that remains is to turn back the hands of time just a touch, and the good old days of the Empire will be upon us once more. The key to this bright future lies in putting aside our differences and joining hands. Am I wrong?
I'm afraid that yes, you are. Do you honestly believe that people can so easily put aside their differences after all the Alliance has done? You occupied Heimdall and effectively took every one of its citizens hostage, imprisoned the Imperial family. And let's not forget how you're now in league with the enemy nation responsible for the destruction of Garrelia Fortress. After all that, the Imperial army would never bow their heads to the likes of you, even if the rest of the population did.
My word, I'm afraid there's been a terrible misunderstanding. The Imperial family is simply under our loving protection. They certainly haven't been in prison. But that does bring me to exactly why I want you to help us.
It does?
The Azure Knight is already on our side. But if we had your Ashen Knight as well, that would mean we'd have two of the great knights of Erebonian legend to put into play. Couple them with our Panzer Soldats, and the Imperial Army's armored divisions would cower before us. You may not find us winning the war ideal, but this union benefits everyone more than carrying on until our inevitable victory,
I don't think it's that simple.
I beg to differ. The presence of Soldot's units on a battlefield makes a tremendous difference. What they may lack in firepower and armor compared to tanks, they make up for in mobility and versatility. But more important than even those factors is the psychological impact they have on our opponents.
Well...
We're only human. As such, we are as captivated as we are terrified of giant beings bearing human form. And if that holds true even for mass-produced Soldats made with modern technology, it will be all the more true for the divine knights of legend you and Crow possess.
Can't argue with that logic.
I will say it once more. Gileath Osborne is dead. And with his death, all that's left to be done is end this ridiculous war and return order to the Empire. Only then will everything be as it should. That includes both your pleasant academy life and the peaceful days of darling Elise and her friend the princess.
Are you trying to... Whatever you ultimately decide, their safety is guaranteed. I would ask that you promise him this, if nothing else, Your Grace.
But of course, I'm not a monster.
Rufus. We may stand on opposite sides of this conflict, but I still sit on Thor's board of directors. And in that capacity, I suggest you consider carefully the choice before you. After
Go fuck
all,
yourself.
Every soldier must decide for himself whether a
Nah,
cause
go
is
fuck
worth
yourself.
fighting,
I came and listened.
perhaps
Bye, I'm leaving.
dying for. I look forward to hearing your answer.
Go serious. Go. You all are a bunch of fucking terrorists. Literally. That's all you are. You are using your noble oh, I'm of blood, blah, 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 as, you know, we're better than the common people, and so we want to put us back in power again. And you're all just fucking pricks. Like, that's all I have to say about that. Yep. And I love how the main character's like, we won't go for the... I would have been like, nah, man, we're gonna fucking pack up. We're gonna go to the Imperial Army because they're the people that were current thing, and we're gonna go fucking help them retake the capital, save the fucking people, and fuck the Noble Alliance over. Like, story. Why? Game's like, we hope you choose to, and I'm like, yeah, go fuck yourself. Oh wait, I can't hit that button yet. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Like, just want to smash them.
Whatever. Let's move along.
All that's left to be done is end this ridiculous war and return order to the Empire. Only then will everything be as it should. That includes both your pleasant academy life.
I suggest you consider carefully the choice before you. After all, every soldier must decide. I look forward to hearing your answer.
It's hard to argue that this war began because the noble faction went too far. But the longer it goes on, the more people are going to suffer. Am I really okay with that? If I join them, I could reduce the number of victims, be friends with Crow again, free Elise and Princess Elfin.
You're being a bad
this isn't
guy.
that simple. Think, Rain, think. I was able to reunite with the others, but Elise and Princess Elfin are still in the Alliance's custody. What's the best thing I can do? This isn't just about me. What?
Keep racking your brain like that and smoke will start coming out of your ears.
Yeah, fuck you, Crow. I still don't like you. Oh, shoot. Spoilers, don't look. She never finished the first game.
What do you want?
Hey now, no need to give me that look.
You're still a dick,
I figured I
Crow.
was gonna find you busy thinking everything over like your life depended on it.
Don't like you, Crow. Go fuck yourself.
And what do you know? I was right.
How about you mind your own damn business? And don't you have better things to do with your time? I figured the glorious Azure Chevalier would be far too busy with the war to be hanging out around here.
It's tough being popular. If you joined us, I could get away with doing half the work I am now. So come on, stop freaking out about it so much and make a choice.
This isn't something I can just decide by flipping a coin, Crow. And besides, it'd probably be an easier choice if not for a certain someone.
What's that in your hand, anyway?
Oh, God. Lunch, snack.
Grub. Kinda early, but I brought you your lunch.
Looks good.
Hamburgers, fries, and onion rings, huh? I was expecting something more fancy like I had last night.
Oh, that kind of food more your thing? Okay then, give me a minute while I go ask the
No, this is fine. The burger looks delicious.
Cool. All right.
I don't want to just get through this because I'm so mad from the first game.
Tastes kind of different. Oh, no wonder.
Yeah, they're called fish burgers. Pretty good, right?
I just don't like it. I'm so mad at him.
Extra flavoring too. Oh, I like this way more than the.
Well, glad to hear. Guess it was worth putting my cooking skills to.
Still cook.
Wait, was my first time cooking in a while too, but I wanted to give it a shot anyway. This stuff was like soul food back in Jirai.
Oh.
To think, all the time we spent searching for the crow armbrust.
Oh, yeah. Vita was using some weird thing of hers to let you see. So I guess you saw what happened there.
Yeah, Jirai was that special economic zone in the Northwest you guys went to during our August field study, too. So you ended up going back to your old hometown then?
Yeah, by pure coincidence. It's changed a lot since I was last there, so it was kind of surreal being back again. But it was nostalgic in its own way, too.
It's been bugging me for a long time now. What could have made you want to join a group of terrorists like the Imperial Liberation Front? What was it that made you hate Chancellor Osborn that much? Enough to take his life? Oh, tell me, Crow. Please, I want to know what it was that made you who you are now. What kind of place Jirai was, how you lived there, and what you were doing before you entered the academy and met Toa, Angelica, and George.
Where's the fun in prying into a guy's past? Save all that talk for your #1 in class. Who's the lucky girl anyway? Elisa? Laura? Emma? Fee? And don't tell me
we're
it's
just talking
Amelia,
about girls.
because, you know it.
I'm serious, Crow. I really want to know. Think of telling me your past as paying off the interest you owe on that 50 Mira. Because until I know, until we know, we won't be able to move forward.
You're really serious.
Alright, here's my deep dark past. Dude, you suck, Crow.
Crow? My past really isn't that big of a deal, you know. It's got nothing on yours, that's for sure. If you find yourself thinking that's all when I'm done, well, so, you really want to know?
Yeah. Nothing you say will change my mind. Please, tell me.
All right, you win. Like I said, it's just your run-of-the-mill sob story. Pick up any history textbook and you'll probably find a dozen others just like it. It's the kind of story that's so common no one bothers to remember it, like it never even happened. Back in those days, Jirai was known as Jirai City. It was a city-state off the coast of northwest Zemuria that prospered through maritime trade with West Erebonia, North Ambria, and Remiferia. It had a population of around 150,000 people, so it wasn't exactly a big place or anything. Because of that, the surrounding nations left it alone and let us live out our days in peace. We were pretty fortunate, all things considered, until about 20 years ago. That was when the North Ambrian disaster struck, and much of the Principality of North Ambria was turned to salt. And as a result, trade on the northwest shore was reduced to virtually nothing. Day after day, Jirai's prosperity started to fade away. Still, it wasn't all bad. We had our fishing, our historic landmarks, our septium mines. We could make use of those to get trade going again, both to keep our state running and to help out North Ambria. In fact, the one who advocated that approach was the mayor, my grandfather. He was the last mayor Jirai City ever had. He was a stubborn old bastard, but he had this wry sense of humor, and was well loved by everyone. I lost my mom and dad early, so he was also my only living relative.
Oh my god, the anime trope is so hard.
He was like a mom, dad, and your old master rolled into one, I guess. Anyway,
I love seeing your cute little face over my shoulder right here on my camera.
Out of nowhere, we received this proposal from the Erebonian government. They said they wanted to extend a railway line from Heimdall all the way to Jirai. We relied on the sea for trade before, but there wasn't any reason to believe we couldn't benefit from being connected to Heimdall by rail. The proposal drew overwhelming support from the city's council, and as a result, my grandfather was forced to accept. Within a year, the city had all of its old life back and then some. The streets were more bustling than ever. But keep in mind, this was the result of huge amounts of imperial capital flowing into the city. Land and buildings we once treasured were bought up left and right. Everything became a target for investment. People only cared about making money. Something similar supposedly happened in Crossbell too, but unlike there, no opposition existed in Jirai. My grandfather sensed something was off, and he tried what he could to get the situation under control. Then one day, someone blew up the railway line leading to Jirai. Everyone demanded that it be repaired as quickly as possible. Everyone except the Imperial government. Instead, they panned our national security arrangements for being insufficient and threatened to withdraw all Imperial capital. The city was left in an uproar like we'd never seen. Shares plummeted, and with no one able to ascertain the culprit's identity, chaos reigned. That was when he showed up. Chancellor Gileath Osborne, in his third year as representative of the Imperial government, personally came to Jirai. We then received a second proposal.
The restoration of the railway and its future security will be seen to by the Imperial Army. In return for our continued assistance in safekeeping, Jirai will come under the wing of our glorious empire and attain even greater prosperity as a special economic zone.
The timing was too good to be true, really. Realizing this, my grandfather staunchly opposed the idea. He tried everything he could to convince the city's council to reject the offer. Unfortunately, once you taste the sweet fruit of prosperity, it's hard to want to go back. The council, made up of influential merchants and all their greed, jumped at the offer. And tempted by the elimination of customs, together with the tax breaks from being an SEZ, many of the citizens did too. And during all that, they'd conveniently found a suspect behind the railway incident, my grandfather. He loved Jirai more than anyone, and up till then, its people loved him too. And yet, virtually overnight, he found himself facing the wrath of both the city's council and the citizens alike. Left with no choice, he resigned from his position as mayor, and Jirai formally became part of the Empire. Both of these things happened on the same exact day. That was 8 years ago. Naturally, everyone knew my grandfather wasn't the one who did it. They knew who was really responsible. They just turned a blind eye to the truth. See? I warned you. Just your run-of-the-mill sob story.
I don't know what to say, Crow. What happened to him after that? Your grandfather.
One day, he just up and died. Once he resigned, the whole affair with the railway getting blown up was all but forgotten. He lived comfortably in retirement for about half a year, fell ill, and that was that. He just lost the will to go on, I guess.
Yeah.
Like I said, he was the only family I had. I mean, I had plenty of friends even then, but I chose to leave it all behind. I was 13 at the time. I wandered the land, doing whatever I had to get by. That was when I met old Cayenne, who happily indulged my hatred for the Chancellor. And with his financial backing, I went out with the goal to find others who were just like me. That was the beginning of the Imperial Liberation Front. Gideon, Scarlet, and Vulcan were among those I recruited. I'd also met Vita then. I only knew her as the woman who would often come to see Cayenne. She guided me to a place below the city of Ordis, and there slept the Azure Knight Ordine. One after another, I overcame the same trials you did with your friends, but alone. And once I'd proven myself worthy, Ordine accepted me as his awakener. That was 3 years ago. I was 16. My preparations complete, I concealed my background and enrolled in a military academy near the capital. Everything I did for the sole purpose of taking the Chancellor's head.
Wow. Cool, we got your revenge on the dude that was...
Come on,
literally
now,
just
what's
making
with you look sadder about all this than I do.
Yeah, I guess.
I swear. I'm not trying to tell you the Chancellor was evil or anything.
What?
Still, there's no denying that he managed to outwit my grandfather. And he may have lost, but Pop's always loved a good gamble. It's thanks to him that I'm pretty good at chess, card games, that kind of stuff. I'd say it's fairly normal for a student to want to avenge his master's defeat, wouldn't you?
Maybe.
At the end of the day, there's no denying this country has problems, and the Chancellor's methods were making them worse.
Not really.
I studied those problems, worked out how to use the situation to my advantage, and then won the game with an all-or-nothing gamble. But when you think of how peaceful Jirai is now, I'd say I've got a duty to clear up the mess left behind by my game too, which means ending this war and restoring peace. So it's only when that's done that my game is truly over. I don't want whatever your decision is to be influenced by my past, okay? Like Rufus said, you need to think long and hard about what it is you're fighting for.
Equality for all,
more than anyone
and
else.
not the fucking nobles.
Yeah, but Crow.
What was that? What happened?
Anyway, I think I've stuck around here for long enough. You're gonna be treated as a visitor. Well, sort of. It's about time for the higher-ups to head back to Heimdall, so go ahead.
However I want.
You heisting on the girl?
Maybe.
There'll be no guards outside your room, so if you want to try and escape, be my guest. Just keep in mind that some members of Ouroboros and Zephyr are on board too. Not to mention me, so if you're up for a gamble of your own...
Sounds fun.
Oh yeah, one more thing. There's this real cute visitor in the guest of honors room on the second floor.
Oh,
I think
Lord.
she'd perk right up if she saw you. So why not go pay her a visit? Just don't go making your girl jealous, okay?
I wonder who he means. He said she's in the guest of honors room. Well, I can't waste much time here. I told everyone I'd definitely come back soon. Right now, I need to gather as much information as I can. I can make my choice after that. At least then, it'll be an informed one. I can sense someone inside.
Huh? It's open.
That sounds like... Excuse me.
It's welcome. Hi, welcome. Long time no see.
Ah, it's you. You finished talking with C?
His name's Crow, not C, and he's never going to be anything else for me.
Oh, I know his real name. But to us, he's always gonna be C. That's our leader. He might be young, but each and every one of us look up to him and respect him. Anyway, take a seat. You got a whole lot of questions, I bet.
Does you asking that mean you're willing to answer them?
Depends on the questions.
Just out of curiosity, how many members does the Imperial Liberation Front have left? I know the explosion back in the mine was staged, obviously.
Sure was. Anyway, 10, give or take. We lost most of our members as soon as the war started kicking into gear.
Oh. Is that because the group's primary objective had been fulfilled?
Basically, yeah. We all came from different backgrounds. But the one thing we had in common was that we hated that bastard's guts. So after he'd kicked it, most of the guys didn't really have any reason for sticking around. Can't say I blame them for calling it quits.
Crow said that seeing this war through to its end was the last part of his game. Are the members who haven't left sticking around for similar reasons?
Interesting question. Can't speak for the others, but me? I don't really care how this war goes. I mean, I'm a former Jaeger who can hold his own in a fight. I've always lived for war. And teaching those dumbasses in the provincial armies how to pilot soldats is a job worth doing, even if it's a pain. If we disband, I'll find myself something else to do.
I see. I can't defend the assassination of the Chancellor or what you did near Trista, but I'd be happy if you chose to disband at least.
You're a funny kid, being oddly nice to us after all the shit we caused, don't you think?
The cycle of hatred's gone on for long enough. The crimes you've committed will never vanish, but no one wants this war to go on longer than it has to. It's not as though you guys want war, do you?
That's enough of the niceties. If you've got time to worry about us, use it to worry about yourself. Whether you choose to side with the Alliance or go against them, you've got a tough road ahead, whether you like it or not. Make sure to think long and hard before you decide. And if we end up as enemies again, show me what you got. On the battlefield, I mean.
Excuse me.
This kid yelling in the background.
Think I might have been too harsh on the kid. Still... yeah. He's probably perfect for the job.
Sus.
He saw right through me. He's not wrong, though. I should be worrying about myself right now. He seemed kind of different, though. Like he'd lost his spark. His sole objective in life seemed to be to get revenge for his old Jaeger Corps killed by Osborn. Maybe he's just not sure what to do with himself now that he's done just that? I can sense someone inside, and judging by the fact that V is in the next room...
V? Oh, so Scarlet?
Come on in if you like.
Excuse me.
Yeah, definitely Scarlet. Bless you.
Hello there, love. I'd heard you came on board yesterday, so I did wonder whether we would run into one another.
What's her
at some
arm
point.
say? Something, something.
Hello, Scarlet. Last time we spoke was a month and a half ago near Trista, I think.
Quite a memorable day for both of us, wasn't it? There's no need to stand over there. Come and have a seat. I'll pour us some tea.
You really don't have to. Well, I guess there's no harm in chatting for a bit.
These tea leaves really are wonderful, aren't they? Only the best for the airship of Erebonia's most powerful noble, I suppose.
I have to admit, the fragrance is like no tea I've ever had before. You're right, though. It makes sense if it's something Duke Cayenne personally chose.
Oh? I was under the impression that your family is a part of the nobility, too. Your father is a baron, isn't he?
He might be a noble, but generally barons aren't all that wealthy. We live a relatively modest lifestyle.
Oh, really? I wouldn't have thought it before, but maybe my family was actually more well-off than yours.
And Scarlet, I heard she lost her old hometown when he went and built a railway through it.
What kind of family did you come from, then?
Oh, they weren't nobles, if that's what you're wondering. They were just relatively wealthy farmers. We were almost local celebrities in a way.
Oh, I see.
You're wondering how someone like me became a terrorist? It's written all over your face.
Well, I can't deny that I'm curious. I heard that you lost your hometown because Osborn built a railway through it.
Oh, did C tell you? No, I suppose it must have been V. He never was one to keep quiet about things.
So, I mean, what happened?
Some things are best left unsaid, I think. It's not as if knowing would somehow allow you to change things.
I suppose.
You're so adorable, Reen. Now I know why C took a liking to you. What do you say? How about you come and fight with me and the other big girls and boys? It'll be fun, I promise.
Please stop teasing me. Anyway, thank you for the tea. It wasn't just made with high-quality leaves. It was brewed exceptionally, too.
You're very welcome.
Oh, actually, I may as well ask while I have the chance. Where did you learn how to use that weapon of yours anyway? It's pretty unique.
Oh, that? I suppose it can't hurt to tell you. The holy city of Arteria.
The Arteria? Where the high seat of the Septian Church is?
That's the one. It's called a Templar sword, and it's a traditional weapon in the church. A few years ago, I was studying to be a sister and was trained in how to use it there.
Surely you must be talking about some other church, right? You're telling me there are sisters in the Septian Church who use weapons like that?
There are more things in this world you don't know than you could possibly imagine. Well, it doesn't matter much now. I ended up returning to Erebonia before my training was complete.
Oh?
Anyway, that's all I'm telling you for now. I'll give you the full story if you decide to join us. Sound fair? And if you choose not to join, well, that way has its own charms, I suppose.
She ended up being a lot friendlier than I expected her to be. I wonder how much of what she was saying about being a sister was true. She seemed to really hate the Chancellor. I wonder what she intends to do now that he's gone.
Good day to you, Reen Schwarzer.
What the? You're the Phantom Thief! You sure look comfortable. What are you doing here?
Ha ha! Why wouldn't I be? I'm as much a guest on this ship as you are. And who would deny themselves the pleasure of a ship so beautiful? The furnishings are immaculate. The food and wine are positively sumptuous. And I am of the firm belief that it's wasteful not to take advantage of the opportunities life presents you. Ah, and speaking of opportunities, don't just stand there. Take a seat and join me in having a drink. You've been blessed with the rare chance to sit and chat one-on-one with the most beloved thief of our time.
I can't believe that's how you describe yourself. Well, what the hell? I'll have a drink. Nothing alcoholic, though. Funny. I didn't realize you'd met Prince Olivert.
Ha! Indeed. There are few even among royals whose palate is so refined as his. Between our shared love of beauty and fundamental difference of opinion on the nature of love, he forever remains an endless source of entertainment for me.
I suddenly feel very sorry for him. What happened down in Liberl sounds pretty amazing, though. I'd heard there were problems with orbital technology in southern Erebonia at the time, but I had no idea that was why.
Ha ha! That magnificent floating city was quite the sight to behold, let me tell you. Oh, how I wish I could have shown it to you. It would have changed your view of the world completely.
I bet it would have.
It really does sound amazing. Wait, why am I sitting here having a friendly discussion with a wanted criminal? He has so many interesting and unusual stories, I got completely caught up listening to them.
Ha ha! A thief of my caliber can steal much more than objects, Reed. There. I was able to steal much of your time and your interest. Perhaps I stole your heart as well.
Rest assured that did not happen. Your stories were interesting, though, I'll admit. By the way, you wouldn't happen to know where Prince Olivert is now, would you? Last I checked, he wasn't actively fighting against the Alliance.
Ha ha! I imagine Duke Cayenne would welcome a man like the Prince with open arms into the Alliance, if he so wished to join. To my knowledge, he was always wary of the Chancellor himself. But I digress. I'm afraid not even I know where he is at the moment. However, I'm inclined to believe that wherever he's hiding, the Crimson Wings is there with him.
So the Courageous is missing too, then. Although the Duke's got some nerve if he expects Prince Olivert to side with him after he imprisoned the rest of the Imperial family.
But think, these kinds of things are simply what the great nobles of this country have always done. The War of the Lions, too, was brought about by numerous families of some standing backing potential successors to the throne. Emperor Dreichels, as a late arrival to the war, was a mere exception to the rule. I wonder, does Prince Olivert think himself as the second coming of Dreichels?
One of which is to bring the winds of change to Thor's military academy. A gust of fresh air, if you will. I'll admit, I hesitated to allow it, but I decided to place my hopes in you. We believed then, as we still do, that one day you all will be a great light that can push back the darkness of this country.
I don't think he does. From what I can tell, he intends to try and end this war in a slightly different way from Dreichels.
Oh? Do tell.
Sorry, but I should be going. Thanks for all the interesting stories. They helped me work through things in my head a bit.
Oh, now he put his mask back on.
I'm pleased to hear it.
Wait, he had no mask and now
At
mask.
the edge of my seat to hear which path you choose. Join us, and you'll be warmly welcomed. Naturally, I'm fascinated by you as the Ashen Knight's pilot, but I'm even more fascinated with that brute strength of yours. I would love the chance to see the power of an ogre up close.
I doubt it's half as interesting as what you're thinking. Anyway, if you'll excuse me.
His mask's on, like, get put on. Like, that's so weird. He had no mask for, like, and now his mask's on. Like, what the heck, man? Justice. Oh. Hey! It's the weird Shield Knight girl. Why do you look so confident?
Having to travel to and from Crossbell like this is utterly exhausting. No, I mustn't complain. I'm doing this for the sake of my lord.
She sounds awfully familiar.
Who goes there? Wait, you're the Ashen Knight's pilot.
I remember you now. You're with Ouroboros. Duvali the Swift, right?
Have you no shame? Is it perhaps normal for you to barge into a lady's room unannounced?
I knocked.
You and that Arseid are only as bad as each other, I swear. Learn your place!
Actually, I just walked through the door normally. I should have probably knocked before I came in.
That's why I went.
Sorry about
Just
that.
walked in. Hi, can I talk to you? Oh, now she has her armor on. Are we gonna fight? Like, did you just...
So, now that we're understood, what do you want? Have you come to tell me that you'll be fighting on our side after all?
Can you not jump to conclusions? Besides, it's not like you're working with the Alliance because you agree with what they're doing.
Oh, naturally. Lady Clotilde seems to have a purpose of her own. But for my part, I have no obligation to help the Alliance whatsoever. I'm simply cooperating because I was told doing so was necessary to the plan.
Plan? I'm not sure what she's getting at. Just so we're clear, that lord you keep mentioning isn't Vita Clotilde, is it?
No. She may be an Anguis like her, but my lord is the seventh, not the second. She is the leader of the Stahlritter, the great light which guides us. Gallant yet beautiful, proud yet merciful. She's the strongest knight of all, and oh, she's simply divine.
I'm glad you
Well,
have such
you've
favor.
Made it clear how great you think she is.
So the head of the Stahlritter is also a woman?
She certainly is. And if you must know, 100 swordsmen of your strength couldn't hope to equal her. No, 1,000, even 10,000 of you wouldn't be able to so much as scratch her.
Okay, I get it. She's strong.
I love how you like come in and out of blue like you're a ghost behind me. This would be perfect for like if I'm playing a scary game. They'd be like, "Sir, do you know there's a woman haunting you over your right shoulder?"
Yeah,
Whoa.
that's not
My wife.
Still, if she's a woman who could be described as the strongest knight of all, Laura already noticed the similarity between the Eisenritter and Stahlritter, but she really does sound like Saint Sandlot.
I see I've got you thinking. Incidentally, I may have already mentioned her title, but one can never share my lord's glory too many times. She's known as the Steel Maiden.
The Steel Maiden, huh?
And with that, I believe that's enough idle chatter. If you didn't come to tell me that you'll be fighting on our side, then we remain enemies. As such, we shouldn't be standing here being friendly with one another.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. Sorry for bothering you. Actually, there was one more thing I wanted to ask. You're not an enforcer like Blue Blanc or Sharon, right? Is there any reason for that?
You just had to ask. Enforcers are selected by the Society's leader, the Grandmaster. And in order to be selected as one and given a number, that person needs to be burdened by some kind of darkness. But just so we're clear, there is no correlation between having a number and one's strength, alright? I'm quite strong.
I didn't say you weren't, but it makes perfect sense. You don't strike me as someone who's carrying any kind of darkness with you. You're refreshingly sincere. Like someone who hates anything that strays from the path of righteousness.
Thank you not to spout such nauseating drivel in my presence. Now get the hell out of my room!
She has such a large room.
She chased me out. I'm really curious about the Steel Maiden. Could she really have some connection with the Lance Maiden? Perhaps even with the woman who helped us during our August field study.
Can I go back in? No, I can't. Damn.
Huh? I think I can sense someone inside. Given the circumstances, I imagine it must be one of the people who fought us in Ymir. Huh? It's open.
What?
It's empty. Weird. I could have sworn I sensed someone in here. Oh.
It's the little one. Probably should lock the door if you're going to sleep, little one.
Looking at her lying down like this, she really is just a child. Maybe 12 or 13? Somewhere close to Milliam's age. How did a kid like this end up fighting with the Alliance?
Who are you? Who's calling me?
Is she talking in her sleep?
Situation assessed. Location is a room inside the guest area of the Pentagrul. 9 hours have passed since initial loss of consciousness.
God, she sounds like a
Guess
computer.
she's sleeping comfortably enough here. Then again, she needs it at her age. She's got plenty of growing left. Wait.
Huh?
Good morning?
Wien Schwarzer. Why are you here? Unless my memories have been tampered with, I believe this room was solely allocated to me.
Oh, it was. Sorry. If I'd known you were sleeping, I wouldn't have come in here.
So you're an intruder then? Clown Soleus.
No, it was just an innocent mistake.
Uh-oh. Better dodge.
Whoa! Can we at least talk about this?
No mercy for trespassers.
Oh, Lord.
So you claim to have no inappropriate motives for sneaking into this room.
Not claim! I really didn't!
But once you walked in, you fell victim
Oh
to
my
temptation
God.
and chose to act in accordance to your desires.
No!
Oh.
No, I didn't!
It's so silly.
How many times do I have to explain what happened before you'll believe me?
I was making a joke. Had you any intention of harming me, Clown Soleus would have attacked you. That he didn't proves your innocence.
Oh, right. Then what was all that for? Oh, whatever. I suppose it's my own fault for coming in without permission. Anyway, I've cleared my name. I'll see you some other time, probably.
If that's what you want to do, you didn't come to ask me anything then?
Well, no. Honestly, I didn't even know you were in here. I do have a lot I'd like to ask you, though. And just as much I'd like to say to you. Okay, if you're offering, what are your reasons for helping the Alliance? Why do you have a puppet just like Milliam's? Just who are you?
The answer to your first question is, I was ordered to do so. As all information regarding Clown Soleus is confidential, I am unable to answer your second question. And as for the last one, I am unable to fully comprehend the depth of your question.
Oh, forget it. You abducted my sister and the princess. Whether you were ordered to or not doesn't change that. And it's not something I think I can forgive. See you around. Sorry, that was probably too harsh. I can't pretend to know anything about your circumstances, but I do know that you didn't abduct them of your own free will. Anyway, with that said, I'll be going. Maybe we'll have a chance to talk again sometime.
The Black Workshop.
What?
That's the name of the place I belong to. It was they who loaned me to the Noble Alliance. Unless you choose to join the Alliance, that is the most I'm able to disclose to you.
The name doesn't ring any bells, and loaned. That makes it sound like, I suppose it's none of my business. Thanks for telling me. I'll be sure to remember that name.
I can't see doing so holding any real purpose for you. Incidentally, did you have any untoward motives behind what you just did?
No, I did not. The Black Workshop? Loaned? Sounds like stuff worth remembering. I can sense someone inside. What the?
Oh, it's you. Forgot you were staying here too.
Yeah. What was that? It's gone now anyway. Maybe it was just my imagination.
So what's up? I couldn't give a damn whether you joined the Alliance or not, to be honest.
Oh, I didn't come here for any specific reason.
Interesting. You mixed by any chance?
Could I sit and talk to you for a while?
What a pain in the ass. So, what do you want to ask?
When we ran into each other back near Bereahard, you asked a weird question. Something about being mixed?
Oh, that?
I didn't have the chance to figure out what that meant at the time, but what did you mean?
Don't know if I can even explain that one. It's just something you feel. What we've got mixed into us is obviously different in strength and nature. It's kinda hard to put into words.
Yeah, seems that way. I know you're not trying to confuse me on purpose, but I really can't wrap my head around what you're saying.
Just watch.
Huh?
There's no trick to it. I'm not using an ornament, it's not magic. And I'm not using an artifact either. I just will fire to appear, and it does.
So it's just a totally unnatural ability.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Something that just gives you results, without the processes you'd usually have to go through to obtain them. You've got one too, right?
Well, true. That power of mine wasn't something I gained from training. I don't even know where the power itself is coming from.
It's the same kind of thing.
Yeah.
Check. The last message.
You send me a message? Okay. This is super interesting stuff, but stand by. Stand by. Ah.
The only issue is they do have to have some time off for the day.
Well, I wouldn't want to go to the junior one. I'd probably want to go to the one in August.
Okay.
Just saying.
People who can do things like that usually have something mixed into them. Something foreign, unnatural, mixed into their body itself. Different to the church's stigmas. Looks like a pretty small part of it in your case, though.
Oh.
There, huh? Anyway, I couldn't tell you how, where, or why whatever it is got mixed into you. Sure you've got more questions, but sorry. I can't answer them.
No, it's okay. You've answered enough already. I feel like I understand myself a little better now, actually.
Good for you, I guess. So, we done now?
Yeah. Thanks for your time. Oh yeah. So how much of you is unnatural?
Me? All of me.
That's cool.
His circumstances seem very different from mine. Guess all I can do is remember what he said. Maybe there will come a time when it'll all make sense. I'm sure one day I'll find out what this power of mine is. What the story behind me being given this power as a kid is. One day.
This should be the last one right here.
I wonder who's in here.
We got a visitor?
Come on in.
Excuse me.
Figured it was you. Sup?
Have a seat. Bourbon?
Yeah, I really shouldn't. How come you guys are being so friendly, though? I mean, we're on opposing sides and all.
Why wouldn't we be? It's not like we're on a battlefield right now. We're Jaegers. Nothing unusual about us trying to cut some throats one day than sitting in a bar with the same guys the next.
Of course, if you would rather fight with us, that can be arranged.
I shall have to politely decline. For one thing, I don't think I'd stand the slightest chance of taking you two down.
Hey now, no need to be so pessimistic. Fee seems to think pretty highly of you. Have a little more faith in yourself.
At the very least, you'd be able to give us a real fight in your divine night. Not that I'd have any intention of losing even then.
The scary thing is, I'm pretty sure he's dead serious. Well, they're used to taking out tanks. They probably have their ways.
Huh. Oh yeah? Ranking 72nd for the year in an academy full of big shot students ain't half bad. Brings a tear to my eye to see our little Fee putting her heart into her education.
And don't forget, she was the youngest of her classmates, too. The boss was right when he said that she can do anything she puts her mind to.
You got that right. Maybe joining the gardening club will make her a bit more ladylike, too. Oh, who am I kidding?
She's still young.
Oh, who am I
She has
kidding?
plenty of time to develop on that front if she so pleases.
They really seem to adore her, like two proud parents talking about their child. And yet... If you don't mind me asking, why did you leave Fee behind? After your boss was killed in a battle with his sworn enemy, I mean.
Oh, Fee told you about that. It sounds like you're closer to her than I thought you were.
I trust this is simply me being paranoid. But you haven't tried making any moves on her.
Oh, Lord.
Have you?
No, of course not. I wouldn't dream of it. I just want to know why you'd abandon her when she obviously means so much to the two of you. She thought of you all like family. Why did you leave her all alone?
Well... We had our reasons. Let's leave it at that. I know you want to know, but you're not the one we should be telling that to.
We'll be sure to tell Fee our reasons in due time. Until then, leave the issue be.
All right. I can accept that. Still, she's our classmate. In that sense, she's like family to me, to us, too. And we feel that way about her just as strongly as you do, if not more so. I want to be perfectly clear on that.
Fighting words right there.
Still, we'll remember you said that. Returning to the matter at hand. You're sure you haven't...
Come on, spit it out.
No.
They really are like two overprotective fathers.
No, I have not put the moves on Fee. Yet. I love my wife. Yeah, whatever.
I was hoping to get a bit more out of them about what Zephyr is up to. All we did was talk about Fee the whole time. Oh well, at least now I know that the guys in Zephyr really cared about her, so it wasn't a complete waste of time.
So that should have been everybody. So now the second. Yes.
This should be the guest of honor's room. Time to see who's inside.
Yes? Who is it? Please come in.
Oh, it's Princess.
That sounds like... Excuse me.
Yep. Princess? Oh.
I had a feeling it was you, but I didn't dare to hope.
It's you! It's really, really you!
Your Highness.
I mean, how did you get here? This all feels like a dream. Please don't tell me it is.
Oh.
I don't think my heart could handle the disappointment.
It's really me. I'm so glad you're safe. I'm so sorry that you had to go through all of this. If I hadn't been so weak and careless, none of this would have happened.
You mustn't apologize. Simply being able to see you again is more than I could have hoped for.
You must have been really lonely. I'm here for you now, though. I might not be the most reliable person for the job, but I'm not going anywhere.
Says the guy that's about to escape the ship. But,
So that's what you've been doing all this time?
Yeah. I was happy all of us were able to get back together again. But then yesterday, I ended up being invited onto this ship by Duke Cayenne. That's why I'm here, talking to you.
I do recall thinking things were a little noisier than usual yesterday. Now I know why. Strange as it may sound, I suppose I owe the Duke my thanks. After all, if not for his invitation, we wouldn't have been able to find each other like this.
Sorry. I wish I could say I'd snuck on board to rescue you or something. Incidentally, I hesitate to ask, but...
You want to know where Elise is, right? She's not on this ship, I'm afraid. I can't say for sure, but I believe she's been taken to the same place as my parents.
Really?
I'm sure it isn't news to you that my mother, father, and Cedric have been imprisoned somewhere. And apparently, they've chosen Elise to be my family's attendant. So it's likely wherever they've been taken, she's right there with them.
Really?
I'm not sure whether to feel relieved or what.
I can hardly blame you. I feel exactly the same way, even.
But why were you alone imprisoned on this airship? Surely there must be some reason.
That was Duke Cayenne's decision. I believe he's using me to suppress potential rebellion in areas occupied by the Alliance, by having me address the people and calm them down.
Forgive me for saying so, but that's a little messed up. Using you like that.
I don't especially mind doing it, honestly. It's a simple enough task. People all across Erebonia are uneasy about this war. And as princess, I should do what's within my power to help calm their nerves.
But at the expense of your own feelings? I know you want to help, but you can't be happy about being used as the Alliance's puppet to deceive them. Plus, you've been forcibly separated from your family, your best friend. You don't even know where they are.
Yes, but... Oh, why even bother? You see through everything, don't you, Rean? Anyway, putting my feelings aside, what do you plan to do now? I presume you don't intend to actually do whatever Duke Cayenne tells you to.
Well... I'm really not sure what to do. The longer this war goes on, the more people will suffer because of it. But even so, I don't feel as though siding with the Noble Alliance is the right course of action. And the same goes for the Imperial Army. I can't in good conscience side with them either.
I see.
There's so much to think about. You're being used as a puppet against your will? And then Elise is imprisoned somewhere too, being forced to do who knows what. I have to act somehow to change things.
That wasn't your fault, Rean.
Ever since I was taken in by my family all those years ago, I've tried to be a brother figure to her. I became the person I am today because of them. They've always loved me like they would a real son. And she's always treated me like a real older brother. You saw that power of mine, didn't you? And what I look like when I use it?
Well, yes, I did.
Back when I was a kid, something just like that happened. I ended up using it right there in front of her. She should have been terrified of me. But if she was, she never once let it show. She treated me exactly the same as before. And that was when I swore, deep within my heart, no matter what happened, no matter what I had to do, I would always protect her. And that's why I can't help but wonder. If now's the time to live up to that promise. If I should put her before everything else. Even if I have to ignore or outright betray my own personal beliefs in the process.
Rean.
She would be very upset
As your
with you.
honorary little sister, I order you to get a hold of yourself.
What?
Honorary little sister, what? What do you mean?
Your Highness.
I know Elise far better than you think I do. In fact, I'd even go as far as to say I know her better than you. Rean, she's already told me so much about what happened 8 years ago. She told me about how that snowy day was what inspired you to take up the sword. She told me how traumatic that moment was for you. How what happened stays with you even now. And she even told me that, while she hated how she felt the tiniest bit happy because of it. Because it meant that your attention, your guilt, and your sense of responsibility were directed towards her and no one else. And she knew more than anyone how selfish that was. She may have had other reasons for choosing to go to Saint Estrella, but her main reason was that she didn't want you to keep feeling guilty because of her, more than anything else. She wanted to free you of your burdens. You should know, when you joined Thor's and were making new friends, and you finally seemed to be moving forward, she felt a little jealous, and even a little lonely at being left behind. But she was so very, very happy for you too. So please, Rean, please don't use Elise to justify not choosing your place in this war. Because I know for a fact, she wants you, of all people, to carve your own path and find true happiness.
How could I have been so blind? All this time,
This main
I thought
character
I
is
was trying to protect
so
her.
young and innocent
And
and
it's been the other
blind
way
at
around
everything.
since
Oh,
the
my
start.
feelings. Let me talk
And
about
that's
my
not
feelings.
just true for her either. Mom, Dad, Master Ka-Fai, all my friends at Thor's, they've been supporting me this whole time. How could I have missed something so obvious?
Power of friendship.
I think I finally understand what I've been lacking inside of me all this time. I was so focused on trying to protect others, I never stopped to think about how relationships go both ways. Others try to support me, just like I try to support them. How did I not realize before now? I'm sorry, Master. I think you gave me that intermediate scroll a bit too soon. But better to realize late than never, I suppose. Because now I finally feel like I'm ready. As long as I keep that fact in mind, I won't lose control again.
State of mind. Spirit unification. Wow.
Are you all right?
I'm fine. And I've got you to thank for that. Forget honorary. You sounded just like my real sister for a minute. So, thank you. I think it's time we get going. I wouldn't want to keep my classmates waiting any longer than I already have.
A pity, but you're right. I was rather hoping we could stay like this a little while longer. But I suppose all good things have to come to an end. Take care of yourself, Rean. I'll leave Elise's rescue to you. No matter what it takes, please. Why are you shaking your head?
I said it's time we get going, didn't I? There's no way I'm leaving my sister's best friend imprisoned in a place like this. I will get the two of us off this ship. So stay close to me.
Right!
Good. I was gonna say, we better not be leaving her here. Better be like, quick. Hell yeah, she joined the party. Let's put some kitty ears on her too.
We're gonna go. That's impossible.
Where are we going?
Do you have an escape plan?
Why? Am I talking too much smack?
Yes.
Why? What am I distracting you from? What am I distracting you from with my silence?
Valimar, the Ashen Knight, is on the deck. He's chained up there. But if we can get to him, I'm sure we can find some way to use him to get away from here. First, though, we need to find a way to get out of this part of the ship without anyone noticing.
All right, then. I never imagined I'd be running away from here with you at my side. Elise is going to be so envious.
Anyway, let's get going.
Snap. Oh, I can't give her anything? I can at least give her this. Maybe you can have one of those. Aw, snap. Yeah, wait all the way. Alright. She's level 60? How could she not defend herself? beef and wheat, buckwheat, whatever it is thing? Are you going to? Do you want to? Do you want to give up Tina? No, because I want to keep playing. I just wanted to ask what you want for dinner. Do you? I'm just asking. Do you want that or do you want something else? Okay. Just making sure. Lunch, so I don't really want to cook dinner too, to be honest, unless you're really finding out what I'm doing. So research. W. All right.
Nothing but disease, so. Yep, the kisses damage.
Hey, no, kisses all the way. Forever and ever.
I know you're trying
Even
to
if
use
it
your antibiotic.
even if it murders me. Even if it murders me. Go to the room south area, southwest corner, examine the air ducts by the flower vase. Okay.
There are a lot of very strong people here, so try to keep your voice down.
Not to worry.
Is Blanc still there? No, he's not. Maid's just doing her thing.
Hmm? Thought so. It's a vent.
Well, that's convenient. Might it lead to somewhere else on the ship, you think?
Most likely. Still, I can't very well ask a princess to crawl through a vent.
Nonsense, Reen. Of course you can. I'm ready to begin our great escape.
But it's going to be all dark inside. And probably filthy, too.
Come
A little bit of darkness and dirt never hurt anyone. I had to travel through some fairly narrow underground passages when escaping from Heimdall, too. All right? How about I go first? I'm smaller than you, after all.
No, because then I'll be looking up your skirt.
No, definitely not.
She said that on purpose.
Well, as long as you're all right with it. But I'll be going first. Like I said before, just stay close to me.
All right, then.
You'd think a princess would be more mindful when she's wearing a dress.
I'm surprised. It's not dirty at all in here.
Maybe it's because the ship's newly built?
Oh, there's a corner.
We must be past the guest area then.
Okay. Strange sounds.
Looks like we're in the clear for that part of the ship at least.
My, that was intense. It's like I've stepped right into the world of one of those spy novels that are so popular these days.
Anyway, here's hoping we can make it to the deck without getting caught.
What is it?
Soldiers are coming this way. Keep a safe distance and let me handle this.
It feels like the closest thing we have to someone ordinary around here is that kid. It's pretty nerve-wracking having to be around them all.
I just wish I could get to see Princess Alphen in person.
Oh.
What?
Too late! Now's our chance. Let's get him! My turn. Burn to ash. Fall! Now! Your Highness!
Understood!
Curse you!
Oh, that was cute.
Oh, Rain! My hero!
Thank you, Your Highness.
I did it!
No.
Crap.
They're strong.
Are you all right, Your Highness?
Yes, I'm fine. Thanks to you, of course. Let's be going. I'll be sure to stay very close to you.
Good. All right, here we go. Ha! Now's our chance. Let's get him. My turn. Burn to ash.
Did I miss one? Oh, I missed one, I guess.
It's my turn.
Probably should have given her something.
That was splendid!
I did it!
Are they mechanical monsters?
They're called archaisms.
She has Pandora. Zephyr. Oh, I can't change any of her things. I can give her one thing, it looks like. Oh, insufficient. She already has... Did any of that?
I don't suppose escaping through the windows would be an option.
Probably not. We'll have to do this the long way. Now's our chance. Let's get him.
Mechanical dog.
Here I go. Burn to ash. Now's our chance. Your Highness.
Right. That wraps things up in a neat little bow.
5 levels so far.
There they are! Recover the princess!
Who?
2 soldiers, 1 military monster. Stay back, please.
Right. Good luck, Reen!
My turn. Second form. Damn! Now's our chance. Your Highness!
Right.
Curse you!
That was splendid!
shocked how skilled you are with arts.
You are? You're so sweet.
Now's our chance. Let's get him. My turn. Ha! That's the power of the 8 leaves. Ha! Ha! Ha!
Good luck, Green.
My turn. Ha! Now's our chance. Your Highness.
Understood.
Ha!
Oh, Rain, my hero.
No.
Oh, look, a staircase.
Hopefully this will lead to the deck.
You didn't map it before coming in, my bro? It's good old resting. Tried to save, but I don't think it was gonna let me.
How did you get ahead of us?
Ha ha! I'll freely admit I wasn't actually expecting you to join the Alliance. But not even in my wildest dreams did I imagine you'd try to flee the ship with our dearest princess.
You're a bold one, I'll give you that.
I wasn't expecting to run into either of you on the way out either. You guys aren't called the Phantom Thief and Duvalie the Swift for nothing.
Trying to praise us won't get us to let you pass.
Ha ha! Princess Alfin is one of this nation's most precious treasures. You surely couldn't have thought that I, the Phantom Thief, would allow you to steal her from us, could you?
I'm not being stolen by anyone. If anything, I was the one who whispered sweet nothings into him.
Oh my lord.
Oh my! What a passionate young lady you are. You've no doubt taken after your brother in more ways than one.
I'd like to believe that I'm not quite the oddball he is. I couldn't agree more with his belief that love is the truest form of beauty, however.
Really now?
They're actually hitting it off.
I think that's enough messing around for one day. You're an enforcer, Blue Blanc. Take your work seriously and behave!
Ha ha! I think the number of enforcers who take things seriously are in the minority, I'm afraid. Still, you're right about us having played around for long enough. I find the many mysteries surrounding you fascinating, but there's a certain appeal to them.
You may think yourself a swordsman, but allow me to show you how little you truly know.
Yeah, I'm just gonna wipe you all out.
I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. The gap in skill between us is small enough that I should be able to force our way through.
Oh?
Small? The difference in our strength is like night and day, you boor. And if you're foolish enough to be unable to see that, then allow me to make you realize your folly and pay for your arrogance.
The one being foolish and arrogant is you.
My.
Rean?
I owe me being able to do this to you, Your Highness. You and Elise. Now, everyone who's done anything to aid us in coming this far deserves thanks.
What's happened to him?
Could this be your ogre power?
8 leaves, 1 blade school, intermediate level. I, Rean Schwarzer, will be your opponent.
I will enjoy this.
This is his ogre power?
My turn. Gather on my blade.
How can this be happening? What is he?
Ha ha ha! Splendid! Simply splendid! So you finally conquered your power and made it your own, did you? You continue to fascinate me, Rean.
Rean!
Forgive me, Your Highness.
What for?
Yep.
Goodness!
Wait just a damn minute!
Whoa, what's going on here?
I don't know, but I don't think it's worth us chasing after them.
We'll make our way directly to the deck. Are you all right, Your Highness?
Yes, perfectly. My heart just feels as if it's about to burst.
That doesn't sound very fine.
Come on, is now really the time to be flirting with each other?
You're here too.
You got some real guts, kiddo, but you ain't getting past us.
Zephyr's guard shall not be easily broke.
Holy crap, he ran right past us.
Looks like he's picked up a few tricks from our fee.
The targets have broken our line of defense. Commencing pursuit.
I'm sorry about that, Your Highness.
I'm fine. Don't worry about me. But, can I hold on to you a little tighter?
Of course.
Who's next? Oh, Lord.
Targets in sight. Commencing capture. My suspicions outlining you as an indecent person seem to have been confirmed.
Come on!
Do not make me out to be some kind of pervert all the time, please.
Uh-oh, that up-screen shot.
Target lost. I may have underestimated you, Rean Schwarzer, in more ways than one.
I'm so sorry, Your Highness. I didn't really have any choice but to do that. I realize that's no excuse.
I know you didn't, but she seemed even younger than me. How could you, Rean? That truly is indecent.
Try not to pay any attention to what she says about me. There's the exit.
Don't change the subject.
This scene is pretty fucking hilarious. I'm sorry. And I bet you Crows this whole time's been sitting in his fucking night like, when are they gonna show up? I know he's gonna escape. I know he's not gonna join us. I'm just hanging out in my night. La 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 la.
That's the Ashen Knight? Isn't that... Crow? And...
Huh. So that's how it manifests for you.
You finally mastered that power you got, huh? Still, you're one busy guy, you know that? One minute you're down in the dumps, the next, you've got one of the cutest girls in the country cheering you up.
Well, I can't deny it, but she wasn't the only one. There was my sister, our classmates, even you, in a sense.
Come on.
Can't say I'm not curious to see what that power of yours can do. But I think you get priority here, right?
Yeah, let me have this one.
Your Highness, if you don't mind.
All right.
This is your first time fighting me without the mask on, I think. With our Divine Knights, I come out on top. But let's see who wins when it's just the two of us.
Sounds good to me. You managed to win against 3 of us at once in the catacombs below Heimdall. But it's just you and me now. And this time, I'll be the victor.
Go ahead and try. All right, you ready, Reen?
Here we go. Gather on my blade. Strike!
Not bad. Gotcha!
Let's move. Burn to ash. Fall! Here we go. There! Ha!
Damn.
That's what I can really do.
Blade 2 deck.
All right.
You actually did it. I sure wasn't expecting you to beat me one-on-one.
You fought pretty well yourself. Couldn't have been easy to last as long as you did against me like this.
Reen!
Why did this have to happen now?
Guess your luck ran out.
We finally caught up to you.
Well, aren't you, Mr. Popular?
But I think you may have been slightly too reckless this time.
That wasn't a bad fight. Even if you lost, at least you tried, I guess.
Your Highness, please move away from me.
Hey, don't be too rough with... Look sharp.
Ha!
Crimson Wings? Ugh.
What are you all?
Sorry for the wait, Reen.
Yo, we're here to save the day.
You caught us all off guard back in Ymir.
So this time we opted to take the initiative ourselves.
We meet again, Severing Chains. And I see you've brought the Purple Lightning with you.
She brought more than that. Check out the Icy Maiden and that big shot arts user from the Bracer Guild.
We couldn't ask for a more impressive group. However...
Here it comes again.
Your Lordship!
Uncle Victor!
It's good to see you again, Rain. And it relieves me to see you're none the worse for wear, Your Highness.
Ugh! A Radiant Blade Master is here too?
Huh. You're strong. Very strong.
That's quite the nod, coming from the blazing demon himself. I can see now why you're considered one of the fiercest in Ouroboros, and why some even claim you to be the Steel Maiden's equal.
Well, I know who I'm gonna be fighting.
Don't you go forgetting about us now.
You're all here too?
Are you okay, Irene?
Looks like we've landed in the middle of something pretty crazy.
And not a moment too soon.
You came!
I'm glad to see you're all right. You certainly seem to have kept yourself busy. Enjoying your scandalous elopement with Reen, are you?
Oh, he gave me the time of my life. You guys were having that much fun, huh?
Oh god, there's Fee.
And with our princess, Reem?
To think we were so worried about you.
You're not supposed to take it literally.
So this is what you threw me out of Valimar for? Doesn't look very fun. Crow, you're here.
It feels like it's been ages since we last saw you.
You're looking spiffy, Crow.
I'm hanging in there. Sure wasn't expecting all of you to show up, though. How are we even gonna settle this?
That is the question, isn't it? I'd roughly estimate both sides to be of equal strength.
Yeah? So we'd probably just end up at a stalemate, huh?
Well, that doesn't sound like much fun at all. What say we just forego the fighting and have ourselves a party instead?
Ha ha ha! I could never turn down a party!
That sounds simply wonderful.
I'll bring the booze.
Ah! No, no, no! Can't one of you take this a little more seriously?
This is getting us nowhere.
Look who decided to show up.
Krianos, Vita.
Welcome aboard the Pantagruel, Emma. Your overall ability as a witch might still be lacking, but that transportation spell was exceptional. I must apologize for the untimely intrusion. As displeased as a few of you might be by the idea, I think it best if we let one another peacefully go our separate ways this time. I'll be the one who bears the brunt of Duke Cayenne's anger.
Vita.
Can't say I understand why we should.
It's not our place to question the orders of our clients.
Whatever. Gives me something to look forward to later.
Okay. See ya, Fee.
Next time we meet, it will be as enemies.
Yep, I know.
Aww, I was kinda hoping we'd be able to talk some more.
I expect we will have multiple opportunities to do so in the near future.
Well, catch you later, Phantom Thief.
Or not. You do know that no one likes your stupid pranks, right?
Tut tut! There's no need to be so harsh. It's a shame we couldn't resume our debate on the nature of beauty this time, my most worthy rival.
I could wax eloquent about beauty till I'm old and gray, but honestly, I think it's about time we settled things between us.
Next time we meet, Radiant Blade Master and his daughter, it will be to battle.
Well, I certainly have no objection to that.
You seem to bear some manner of ill will against my household. I don't know your reasons, but should we be granted the opportunity, I would gladly settle things with you in battle.
Yes, well, let's not be too hasty. I can wait.
Guess that wraps things up for now. You've definitely grown, but you've still got plenty of room for improvement, especially when it comes to piloting Valimar. So unless you're up for another beatdown, I suggest you get to work on fixing that.
Yeah, I know. Oh, and just to confirm, you were the one who told Toval where I was, right?
You're an asshole.
2 days ago, I got a call out of nowhere on my Arcus. They gave me this crazy amount of detail on exactly where to find you. Then they just hung up. Didn't even say who they were. Oh, now that you mention it, he does have the same voice as that mystery caller. I did think he sounded familiar. It must have been because I'd heard it during your concert at the festival.
Damn, looks like the jig is up.
You really did that?
Oh, Crow, there's no shame in admitting that you care, you know.
Get off my ship.
And if I might be so bold as to offer a word of advice, get Valimar a better sword, one like yours. If you think you're such hot stuff you can beat me without your 8 Leaves training, you're in for a world of hurt.
Correct choice of armaments is indeed paramount. Selecting one the Awakener is well suited to will increase combat efficiency exponentially.
I can't pretend to know much about this kind of thing.
He's right. Eastern blades like my Tachi are the heart and soul of the 8 Leaves 1 blade style swordsmanship. Alright, I'll take your advice. And when I've got myself one, I'll finally take everything back. The Academy, Elise, and even you, Crow.
If that's how you want it, I'd like to see you try.
Ta-ta for now.
Courageous! Full speed ahead! Commence retreat from this airspace!
It's a shame that our ship is apparently smaller than their ship. Like, that's bull.
If that is all, I will return to a state of inactivity.
Thanks for all you've done, Valimar. I'll be counting on you if anything else comes up.
Acknowledged. Prepare yourself for your next encounter with the Azure Knight, my Awakener.
Don't worry, I will. We lost last time, but I know that's not all I'm capable of. As long as we're all together, I know I can get stronger.
I eagerly await your results.
Looks like he went to sleep.
So, this is what the Great Ashen Knight looks like up close, huh? I've heard all manner of rumor about it, but I never expected I'd stand in the presence of a legend.
I can't possibly begin to thank you enough. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come to my aid. Thank you. Really. And that goes for everyone else, too. Thanks for coming to rescue me, guys.
We're just happy you're okay.
Just don't scare us like that again, alright?
True. We were all on edge waiting for you to get back.
And yet you somehow managed to come out unscathed with Her Highness in tow.
You make it sound like it was easy. Well, easy or not, it was worth going on board. I got plenty of useful info out of it. So funny enough, I'd say their invitation worked to my benefit more than theirs.
I guess there's no harm in looking at the positives now that all's said and done.
Look at you, acting mature and all grown up.
Looks like we have some catching up to do.
I'd like to follow Reen's lead and extend my thanks to each of you as well. Thank you, all of you. And, dear brother,
It's a relief to see you safe and sound. Though I never pictured my great escape would end with you in this airship of all things.
We did time our appearance fabulously, if I do say so myself. My only regret is that we weren't able to blow in with a storm of rose petals when we boarded them. Perhaps I should have asked Emma to look into the feasibility of making such a magnificent entrance.
Oh man, that would have been so cool! Well, it's probably not impossible.
Now you're just being silly. Sounds about right for our prince.
Well, at the very least, I'd say we're clear of any immediate danger. And given this opportunity, I'd like to sit down with you to discuss our situation and exchange any pertinent information. But first, I think we have a few more reunions to celebrate.
Rean!
Hey, Toa, George.
Toa! George! I thought I heard your voices when we started flying away from the Pantagruel. So you were on board too?
You bet. Good to see you, Rain.
Oh, she's gonna get all my poor brain.
It's really you. No sooner had we found out that you were still alive, we got told you had been taken by the Alliance. We've been so worried about you.
I'm a real troublemaker, aren't I? Sorry, Toa. But I'm glad to see you and George made it out okay. Everything I've said to you has been at the back of my mind ever since we parted ways in Trista, and it's kept me going every step of the way. So, thank you.
Oh. You remembered. You promised me you wouldn't die. And you didn't. We still need to work on that one. But I know you're not the kind of guy who'd go back on his word.
See? Rain's a guy you can count on. Nice to see you're holding up okay. Still can't believe you made it through all that fighting in Trista in one piece, but... well, here you are.
Good to see you again, George. But how'd you two end up on the Courageous to begin with?
We'll bring you up to speed once we all sit down for our meeting. There's a conference room on one of the upper floors. We can meet there when you're ready. The Courageous began its independent operations right before Heimdall was first occupied. I realized what the Alliance was planning, so I gathered a skeleton crew, met with Viscount Arcade, and we hurried straight to Trista, where we found your classmates locked in combat with the Azure Knight.
I see. That explains why you were in Trista.
I shudder to think what would have happened if not for the Courageous's timely appearance. What have you been doing since then, Father? I hadn't heard anything about your whereabouts until now.
Eventually, we were able to shake off the Azure Knight's pursuit, and we've been traveling around the country ever since, preparing to find you and take you on board.
George and I haven't been here long. The principal managed to get in touch with the Courageous without anyone noticing and sent us here.
He did?
I hope he's still alright. By the way, what happened to Major Vander? You two are always joined at the hip.
Alas, he is currently indisposed. His military obligations have him heading up the 7th Armored Division in Western Erebonia. They're working with your former instructor, Major Neidhart, as well.
With him too? So he's over in the west now.
Huh. I should have known the 4th Armored Division's ace wouldn't get his ass kicked so easily.
Oh, right. Dad said he'd heard from him too, remember?
Still, the west side of the country contains Marquis Hyarm's Sutherland province, along with Duke Cayenne's Lemaire province. The fighting there would no doubt be even more fierce than it is here in eastern Erebonia.
Correct. A large percentage of the Imperial Army's military strength still remains intact. But the Noble Alliance forces' constant attacks have put them at a disadvantage. On top of that, a number of townships in the region have been caught in the crossfire and suffered great losses.
That's terrible.
I'd heard as much, but it still pisses me off to hear it.
With the 3rd and 4th Armored Divisions occupied on the eastern side of the country,
One can only assume the Noble Alliance intends to use that as an opportunity to crush the forces in the West.
Yeah, but they're not stupid. I bet the army in the West is putting up a pretty good fight by themselves.
It's too early to call things just yet.
An astute assessment. The situation in the Western Theater could change at a moment's notice.
Right. But that means we're uncertain what course to pursue now. And having said that, we have a question to pose to all of you. The question, really. With the whole of the Empire caught in the throes of civil war, what exactly do all of you intend to do from here on out?
Us?
We were in the midst of discussing that when Rean was taken to the Pantagruel, in fact.
This is a full-on war, and our fellow Erebonian countrymen stand on both sides. No one here is delusional enough to think that a group of students like us are capable of stopping it by ourselves. Still, during our field studies, we found ourselves up against the problems this nation faces again and again. And because we have that experience, I believe there's a place for us to change things in all this. A part only we can play. We may not be able to compete head-on with the Alliance, but together, we can move things in the right direction for Erebonia as a whole.
That was wonderful, Rean.
Still, we aren't all gathered here for the same reasons. Be it rescuing Elise or settling things with Crow, we've all got something that we personally want to accomplish. But accomplishing those things won't be possible with the situation as it stands. And that's why, no matter how stacked the odds are against us, or how fierce the fighting becomes...
You need help? Oh, she's got it. Yay! I'm excited to try it. That has a soda.
Yeah, no.
Reach.
We want to put everything we have into making all the difference we possibly can, in whatever way we can.
Thank you, Princess. You have a good one. Serious. There was so so remember how he had the white hair and the red eyes?
Yeah.
He learned how to control that now. And there's like this cool fucking scene where he's just running away with the princess in his arms, and he's just dodging people and doing all kinds of. I was like, woo! What happened? Okay, I was very curious. I was like, oh, don't move! In case it makes it worse.
Hey, I want you to try.
I think I speak for everyone in Class 7 when I say that.
Maybe a piece would be.
You bet. I agree completely. We may all come from different walks of
Barbecue
life,
sauce.
but this time, that can
Hey,
work
Taylor,
for
good.
us.
Might need a little seasoning, but I'd rather just use the barbecue sauce.
Exactly.
But it's good.
We have something no one else does, and because of that, we can do things no one else can.
And what kind of class would we be if we didn't take advantage of that to protect the people and things we love?
As well as find our own answers to the questions we have looming over us.
As Rean said, however big or small it is in the long run, we have a place in this war, and we have every intention of following it.
Wow.
Sounds like it'll be a pain, though.
No biggie. We're Class 7. Throw in a few of Rean's trademark speeches and we're raring to go.
Trademark speeches.
Look at you kids. You all sound like you've really thought long and hard about this.
That's the Class 7 I'm proud to serve. And you guys aren't the only ones who feel that way. Everyone at Thors has something to bring to the table. Remember the Academy's motto? Arise, O youth, and become the foundation of the world.
Oh, yeah, that's
Maybe
right.
lots of butter
this
usually
one,
makes it really good too.
Yes, I'll use this. Okay, just a little bit. Oh, she's trying to fat me up. Chat, she's mad that I lost 20 pounds. She's mad I lost 20 pounds, chat. She's so mad. She's like, you son of a bitch, I'm gonna fucking fuck you up with this butter. My wife, chat. All anyone has to say. Should make sure that these butter chunks get mixed up, because the last thing I want to do is like get a big old chunk of butter. And then I'm gonna use a little bit of Le Barbecue sauce. Alright.
That was what Principal Van Dyke said to us at the welcoming ceremony.
The words of Drykull's the Lionheart serve to inspire us to this day, it would seem.
Of course. They ring as true as ever.
It's like you didn't even have to think about it. You guys just knew.
Yeah, you should be proud of yourselves. And it's true.
I wish this had the
Thor
auto
students are scattered all
thing
over
like
the country
Rise
right
did.
now. But I'm sure that each and every one of them are fighting too, and they feel the exact same way that you guys do.
I understand. Your Highness.
Indeed. I figured you would have already given it some thought, but I wasn't expecting such a stirring conviction. But I think this at least settles the matter of what course to take. If you would do the honors.
As you wish.
Need more barbecue sauce for a second.
We're about to do something neither side would ever expect us to do. We're going to entrust this ship to you.
No way.
From here on out,
Gonna
the
give me my own
Courageous
ship?
is yours to command as you see fit.
Hell yeah, brother! Do I get to do upgrades?
What? What? Father, would you mind elaborating?
It means exactly what it sounds like. The operation of this ship will be left entirely to your discretion. I imagine your journey to make a difference in this war needs a home base to begin from.
Well, yes, but...
But then what will you do?
We plan to disembark and make our way to the western provinces. Once there, we'll begin working with the 7th Armored Division and the other neutral forces in the region. The intention is to ensure that as few innocents as possible are harmed by this conflict.
They're pretty much like, hey, you're the one with the fucking knife. We don't have anything to fight there, so we'll hope you'll take care of it.
I was actually worried this airship might prove a bit too conspicuous to aid us in pursuing that goal. But with us headed west, we'd be leaving all of Eastern Erebonia in your hands.
I see. That does make the most logical sense.
Kinda. If we've got the Courageous, we could give our third faction some real weight. Neither side could afford to ignore us.
I'm not even sure the Guild could come up with a plan this wild.
Well, it's fair to say I've learned a lot from the way the Guild's members handle things, yourself included. Oh, and Alphen?
Yes?
I'd like to ask you to remain on board the Courageous as well. This ship is technically the property of the Arner household, fathers in particular. It should give them a certain freedom to act if they have concrete backing from a member of the Imperial family.
Henceforth, I, Princess Alphen Rice Arnor, will guarantee the legitimacy of their actions.
I accidentally skipped something.
So do whatever you see fit to do. You have my full support.
Thank you, Your Highness.
Wow!
We're truly honored to have you with us.
No turning back now.
Yeah, seriously.
Alright, well. We got a fucking ship. I mean, I saw it kind of from the beginning, and I thought it might have a huge role to play, but I'm like...
We hereby humbly accept custody of the Courageous.
Please, leave Eastern Erebonia to us.
Yeah.
We'll be counting on you then.
I'm looking forward to toasting your future successes.
Oh, cool. He gives his hat to Toa.
I'm leaving you in charge of the Courageous' day-to-day operations. I don't doubt you'll make a fine acting captain.
It would be an honor.
Acting Captain Toa? They did that for all the cuteness. We all know they did.
Reen, this is
Really?
just a little parting gift from me.
I was wondering who had the highest.
It's always come in handy for me when I was in a pinch, so I hope it'll help you out too.
Thanks, Toval. You've done a lot for us. It always felt like you were looking out for me, even when it came to my future.
Think nothing of it. You kids are the future, after all. But remember, this is where it starts getting serious. Get yourself through this war in one piece, and find something you want to dedicate your life to. And hey, if you ever decide you want to follow the same path Sarah and I did, you'll be welcomed with open arms, okay?
I'll be sure to give it some thought.
Okay, okay. Knock it off with the scouting.
Well then, it's time we bid you all a fond farewell for now. Chin up, Alphen. I'm counting on your charm to keep everyone motivated.
May the goddess be with you.
I look forward to the stories you'll have to tell when next we meet, Laura.
Good luck, Father.
That's a hell of a strength party right there, too.
Well, there they go. You think they'll be okay on their own?
Only the goddess herself knows for certain. Still, with some already calling this a second advent of the War of the Lions, I can only hope they make it through unscathed.
Oh, I'm sure they'll all be just fine. They don't bear the symbol of the horned lion for show.
Yes, I suppose you're right. And the same goes for me, too. I can't very well call myself a Thor's alumnus and fail to deliver.
Well, well, aren't we birds of a feather? Proud Thor's graduates unite. I'll be in touch with them plenty in the coming weeks, so don't worry. The Old Guard will do as it must to keep watch over the young and vigilant. Speaking of the Old Guard, Chancellor Osborne was also a Thor's graduate, was he not?
Yes, he was.
Sorry to say, I can't picture it.
Was he now?
He and I may have had our differences, but I still feel a certain loss with his passing. I'd like to express my condolences to you while I have the chance.
I'm afraid I never had the chance to truly get to know him, but there's no doubt in my mind that he was one of the greatest men of our time.
Thank you.
Still, it must be tough for you with Heimdall under the Alliance's thumb. Were you able to find out where his funeral was held?
Actually...
Captain?
Is something amiss?
It's just that I received a strange report on that very issue. I was told his body was taken into the custody of the Imperial Guardsmen when the city was occupied. But then after that, it simply disappeared at some point.
Disappeared, you say?
Is it possible the reformist faction could have taken it from them?
I'm afraid I don't know. It is possible that the Intelligence Division did something to that effect.
A disappearing corpse is certainly cause for concern. It's difficult not to draw parallels with the Lance Maiden's sudden death following the War of the Lions.
Unbelievable. I'm almost impressed how much trouble one man can stir up, even from beyond the grave.
Oh, that's true.
He had so many plots in motion. I doubt even his death put a stop to them all.
Aw, snap! Brings a tear to my eye. I was gonna say, I hope they left us with some crew, because there's not enough
No
students.
change in weather or wind direction since entering Kreuzin provincial airspace.
We are currently cruising at a speed of 3,000 SPH. Nothing abnormal detected on the radar thus far.
Detour around the Twin Dragons Bridge, staying within the clouds. Take extra care that we aren't noticed by the Noble Alliance's surveillance.
Yes, ma'am.
Wow. She's a real natural at this.
Yeah, it's hard to believe she's only been in the position for a day.
Indeed. She has proved a worthy captain in Father's place.
As if anyone could fit the role better than our student council president.
She still looks like a mascot character, though.
That's just one of her many charms.
Yeah, and besides, I can feel at ease knowing she's in charge. So, today's the day we start our journey anew, right?
Right. We settled what we'll be doing last night. Now all that remains is to do it.
Previous day.
Well, Toa and George should be able to handle the day-to-day running of the ship, so that's out of the way. And whatever we decide, it's not like we're going to be able to do anything major today. Still, I think it's time we start hammering down exactly what we're going to be doing from tomorrow onward.
In theory, the Courageous gives us the ability to fly around the whole country with ease. But, in reality, the Noble Alliance has control over most of Erebonia, so we're limited in where we can actually go.
Yeah, we don't want to risk getting too close to Alliance territory. We'd run the risk of being captured, or even worse, being shot down.
It's sad to think how we barely have anywhere we can land with an amazing airship like this at our disposal.
Care to share your thoughts on this, instructor?
Oh, you kids can just do whatever you want. I lost the will to put in any effort after Captain Classy got off.
You slacker.
I'm pleased that you think so highly of my father, but...
Maybe Laura can hook you up with a one-on-one lecture on the Arcade School of Courtsmanship, if you know what I'm saying.
I was kidding. In all seriousness, if you need more people fighting in whatever you end up doing, I'll be happy to help you out. Just don't forget that the Courageous was entrusted to you kids, not to me. If you want my advice, then you got it. But you need to be able to make all the important decisions on your own.
Of course.
You almost sound like an instructor for once.
Getting back to the matter at hand, we don't need to decide everything right at this moment. What say you to figuring out how and what for now?
Come again?
I assume what would be our overall goal. Something realistic that we can all work together towards. And the how would be a basic idea on how we intend to achieve it?
Uh-huh. It's a little trick we use in the student council. It's easier to get motivated when you have a specific goal in mind.
You guys were doing the same kind of thing in the weeks before the Academy Festival, remember? The concert was what you were working toward, and all your other planning was how you intended to pull it off.
I see. That makes sense.
We did spend a lot of time before and during the festival working out all the details, come to think of it.
Not to mention taking care of the things we couldn't plan, like the strange stuff at the old schoolhouse.
We were coordinating with all of the other classes and clubs at the same time, too.
When you break it down step by step, we did so much without even realizing it. And we may have our own personal goals right now, But if we can wrap those up into one overarching goal, it won't seem half as much.
How about making it something related to the Academy itself, then?
I was thinking the exact same thing.
I wonder what's happening there.
Toa, George, the Academy is currently under the Noble Alliance's control, right?
That's right. The staff and students who are there are doing what they can, but...
As you know, during the attack, a lot of the students managed to flee Trista and are now scattered across the country. Now, most of the upper-class students chose to stick it out, though. They've got no reason to fear the Alliance, being nobles and all.
All right, then. I think our what should be taking back the Academy.
That sounds good to me. The Courageous will serve as a good means of transport, but we'll need a proper base sooner or later.
But with it, we can get a better look at the current state of things in Erebonia and try to reach out to those who are in need.
And whatever information we learn along the way could bring us that much closer to liberating the Academy.
Can't see taking it back going that smoothly, though.
No doubt. It's near the capital, so its defenses are gonna be rock solid.
Still, I like it. What goal is more worthy of us than reclaiming something we hold so dear?
Indeed. Regardless of personal motivations, I can't think of an objective more fitting to us as a group.
And if we actually manage to achieve it, the sky's the limit for us.
I'm genuinely moved by your positivity.
Well, their optimism is probably their strongest point.
We were thinking of something along the same lines, in fact, so it works out. And hey, if we all thought about it, what's to stop the others from thinking it too? So if you happen to bump into anyone who escaped from the Academy, why not go and ask them to join us? I'm not saying it has to be your primary focus or anything, but the more people we have on our side, the better.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, we'll be sure to keep an eye out.
We have about the bare minimum crew we need to fly at the moment, but it's not like this is their full-time job. I'm sure our current staff won't be here forever, so we're gonna need a few extra hands on board at some point. Ideally, we could have whoever's here now stick around long enough to train anyone we end up recruiting.
I know our numbers are small right now, but the more people we can get on our side, the higher chance we stand of making Trista and the Academy our home again. And I don't know about you, but I get this weird sense of satisfaction knowing that we students are gonna be the ones to do it.
I know the feeling, actually.
Everything works for me.
I'd say that's our how decided, wouldn't you?
Agreed. To wrap all this up, we'll use the Courageous as our base, and as a way to get a good idea of the current state of things in Eastern Erebonia. Along the way, we'll try to recruit as many fellow Thor students to help us out as we can, all for the sake of our primary goal, taking back Thor's military academy.
Wow. Yay! Alright, whose level's what? You're really low. William's kind of low. You're still 75. You're still 75. You're 78, you're 78, you're 77, 77, 77. So you guys are good. I just need to level everybody else up. I'm missing out on reading some of my books. Okay, well, I don't want to read the rest just yet. Ah, so this is how this works. Democracy. Oh, I meant to look. No, it doesn't work for arc slash though. Oh, they just gave it away. Awakener's Call. What is that? Oh, you can't be telling me names. Cool. Look forward to using that. Wow. That's cool. Wrong one. Really don't have weapons? Need to buy weapons before I can do any of that. The heck's the bike at? Oh, the bike's in here. Yay! That's just silly. Can I talk to you? Doesn't look like there's any more I can do here. Go to the second floor. I see cards. Books, food, something else, and then a red one. Oh look, there's my other snowboard. Blade too, huh? Well, first things first, I see 2 shops here. About here. All the same things, okay. Just a little curious. Is this an infirmary? I guess it's an infirmary. Alright, I have to use the restroom real quick chat. I will be right back. Un momento. Hey, Sophia. Nothing like having your packages delivered to the fucking neighbors and you're like, my packages should be out front. You gotta look at the picture, be like, oh, that's 2 houses down. Fucking in the dark, 2 houses down to see your fucking packages in somebody else's yard. I'm not stealing someone's packages, these are mine. Name's on it, got my ID, I can prove it. Alright. Let's see here. And exploring the ship. This says books. I like books. Oh, of course you're in here. Hey, V. Yeah, we need to recruit the guy from the cooking club. Norton, you are not welcome here. Go away. Oh, I didn't check the last room. I know nobody's in it, but looks like computers. If I can do anything though. I want to try to see if I can play the game. Can I play the games? Hello? Of course they were dropped on purpose.
Let's get started.
I wonder if there's a way to cheese that too, but I just wanna... What does that card do?
Go on, draw a card.
Why is there no...
After you, then.
What the fuck is for? Oh. Well, at least there's a fucking tutorial at the bottom. Adds one of your current total or brings back a card removed by Bolt. Let you discard an opponent card if they have none. This serves as a warrant.
Now you've done it. Now you've done it.
Blasted a blaster.
Bolt! Mirror!
No! You stole my...
I won.
She stole my card. If only I had blasted that mirror card. I feel like she had it. So I want to see. Can you cheese the star system too or no? Doesn't look like you can. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I'm still trying to figure out what the forge card does.
I'm up first.
Doubles your current total? I'll hold off on that.
Time to power up.
That just makes you 14, right? I just steal your cards.
Wait a second! Come lightning! Don't hate me for this.
Please don't get rid of my forge card. Oh, yes. I'll take it.
Looks like we need to draw again.
Boo.
After you, my dear. Ugh, I'll so get you for that.
Damn
Looks
it.
like we need to draw again.
I'm in trouble.
Looks like we need to draw again.
I need like a really high
After
number.
you, my dear. Look at
Oh,
me go.
right. You can't use special cards as the... Always forget that.
Promise you'll go easy on me?
Oh, he's fucking... I should have done the double thing in the beginning.
Shall we draw? And the first move is all yours, Reen. Oh, we have the same score. Let's draw. And the first move is all yours, Reen.
That's a little better.
Oh, we have the same score.
I know.
I'm going first, then. I'm going to use a bolt card. Ow! I wasn't expecting that. Oh no! This could be trouble. Oh, you beat me.
Then let us begin our duel.
Yeah. Those forge cards are OP, man. Damn, I didn't get one this time.
Please, draw a card. We're evenly matched. Then I'll make the first move. We're evenly matched. Then I'll make the first move. Well played. Power! Well played.
Actually, I should have
Divine
mirrored.
Bolt. We're evenly matched. Let's redraw. We're evenly matched. Let's redraw. The first move is yours. I didn't expect that. I admit defeat. Well done.
It's time to duel.
Swear to God, they still have you.
Come on, draw a card. You're up first, I guess. Who's that for? Take this. Ah! Come on, draw another one. I'm going first.
Don't blast my forge. Don't blast my forge. Don't blast my forge. Don't blast my forge. Oh, you bitch!
So sorry.
I lost. There's no way I can pull this
Come on,
back.
draw another one. I'm going first. Yeah, I win!
By 1 fucking point! Fuck, you win. You win. Alright, what am I doing now? Shop/deck. Well. Don't mind if I do. Storage room. Hey! You're hanging out in the lane. Actually, can't I look at the... I was gonna say, can't I do this? So I checked out the first floor, I checked out the second floor, I'm now on the third floor. The fourth floor has something I need to do. I just want to talk to people. Where's the shop? The shop's behind me. It's like this. That's the nappy room. I don't need the nap. Do you want to check out the shop? Yes, we do. Like, I wonder where I get the new weapons from. Now I know. Oops. Ah, hell, I'll figure it out. Do you have anything else that I do not have? Wait, I cannot warp around without... Alright, nap room, storage, weapons and medicine. Storage. Just random stuff? Okay. Let's go back to the first floor. I should know better by now. It worked. This actually looks really good. Cool. Should be everybody's weapons upgraded. Looks like the sword room's open. That one's not. That one's not. This is the conference room we were all in. Oh, is that to break up line of sight? Oh, so now that I have... Okay. Okay.
Where do you want to go? Full speed ahead!
Crap. Yay! We recruited our first person. Who's next?
Okay, let's give this a try. Well, how about...
All right, I'll give it a try. Mike was...
Don't blame me if you croak. Death tolls in the thousands.
Death tolls in the 1,000.
I could certainly use the practice.
God damn it.
Well, if I must, I suppose that...
Yeah.
Let us ride on.
Right.
There's a treasure chest close by.
Let's get this over with.
I'll handle it.
Let's see if you can live through this. I'll handle it. Beginning mission. My turn. You're Targets eliminated. Let's get going.
Let's get going.
Roger! Got my eye on the prize!
That one looks tough. This'll be fun.
Not a chance!
He is tough.
Leave it to me.
Here's what I want to know. He's level 100. What if I just spam these? I know this is supposed to be like a super hard fight. I'm kind of just cheesing it right now. Yay, I win. I'm level 100, that's ridiculous, man.
Yeah, you didn't stand a chance.
Wait, that gave like nobody XP? Clear Moon Gem. Well, then I'm going to go ahead and be like, hey. Try it out.
Let's get going.
Roger.
Oh. Looks like I got all these chests. They're camping out here? No way.
Let's get going.
Roger!
Now's our chance. Let's get him! Here I go. Burn to ash. Okay, it's safe for now.
But constantly takes me off my bike.
Let's get going.
Roger!
Let's ride.
Roger!
Let's get going.
Roger!
Let's get going.
Roger!
Let's ride.
Roger!
Ah, here.
Let's get this over with.
Okay. Huh? You didn't see that coming. Now's our chance. Ready for a beatdown?
Understood.
All right.
Understood.
My turn. One. Now, let's get this over with.
You got it.
I can do this. Turn to flames.
Now, time to finish this.
Right. Locked and loaded. You won't get away. They're off balance. Time to... This is what we're really capable of.
Let me show you why I'm called the Purple Lightning.
Okay. Here I go.
No problem.
All right, let's keep moving.
That freaking animation the whole damn time. I'm like, just let me do the thing.
Well, shall we begin?
Now, what are the conditions? Counter?
Okay. Now's our chance.
You're done. My turn.
Wait, what was it again? Without using arms.
You're mine.
Right.
Fire! Now!
You're mine! Not quite.
That's one
They're
thing,
off
right?
balance.
Gotcha!
Leave this to me.
slow.
2 counters.
Got it. You're mine. Okay. Now, you're mine. Too slow.
3 counters.
Got it. Let's get this over with. Oh, please. Now! Ready for it. Okay, we're burning daylight.
Oh, my wife wants something. Give me a second. Is that all of them? Yeah.
Right. We're supposed to be able to report our completed tasks in bulk using this. Good thing we learned how to use an orbital computer in class. What was that?
Just want to see what happens when I do it.
Oh, looks like you picked the perfect time to report. Go ahead and press the answer button below the screen.
Oh, sure.
Green baby, talk to me. It's all right. You can admit you just wanted to hear my voice.
Prince Oliver? How are you? I thought you went to Western Erebonia.
Oh, I did. I can't tell you exactly where I am now, but I've been on quite the journey since we parted. I'm transmitting this audio-visual signal from my current location.
Really? Wow. I had no idea that it was possible to do that from so far away.
Well, the standard system needs to be modified a bit for it to work. Anyway, let's get right down to checking that report of yours. Marvelous! You've ranked up. This is just a little something from me. Well, that's very impressive.
Oops, did I do that too early?
Anyway, keep sending in these reports whenever you're able. As long as you've got something to fill me in on, you can call whenever you like.
Of course. Sorry for troubling you with this when you're clearly busy with matters over in the West, though.
Well, I did give you that responsibility in the first place, and there's no length I wouldn't go to for my beloved students. Still, even though that workaround lets me talk to you basically any time, I can't keep the connection up for too long.
Your Highness?
Olivier, we need to get moving. We're heading to Parm for now.
Be right there, my love. Well, at any rate, it seems I must bid you adieu for now. Duty calls. May Adios be with you. And good luck out there.
Oh.
Things must be pretty difficult over there right now. Still, if he's going out of his way just to talk to you, it means he wants to, so don't feel guilty. You're the best way he can get the inside scoop on what's happening here too, so everyone wins.
True enough. That's a good way of looking at it. We'll need to make sure we never let him down.
Where do you want to go?
Ugh, Phoebe. We all love you. What I need that though. Hey. Are you okay? Alright, I'll be back from the home chat. Don't say I'm fine. that will be on my amazing YouTube. Just, you know, hope you fast forwarded. My wife was choking, so I went to go save my wife's life. It wasn't that serious though. I guess she swallowed water wrong. That was causing her to act up, and so I went down there and made sure she was okay, and so she's fine now. That wasn't why you spoke to Liquid?
Where do you want to go? Leave it to me!
I know there's something here I'm missing. Okay, what am I doing again? Oh, the book. That's an item, right? Oh my god, I can figure this out, I swear.
Okay, let's give this a try. Wow, people can...
Well, if I must. Done. You'll...
I hope this turns out okay. I'm, kinda lost for words.
All right, I'll give it a try.
Cool. Ah! Hate when I jump too soon.
I did it!
Something to go fishing.
Oh, I could probably fish here. Huh. Not what I had in mind. Not bad. Huh. Not bad. Huh.
Might need to switch rods.
Not bad. Huh.
New fish in this?
Not bad.
No. This is something here. Let's try using this one for 3 turns and see if that does anything.
Not what I had in mind.
Oh, I missed one fish.
Caught one. Not what I had in mind.
Go college, a couple more tries.
Not bad. Caught one.
Now, on to the next thing.
Caught one.
Yankee the... There's an option to skip that here, right?
Where do you want to go? Full speed ahead!
Oh, I'm missing chapter 7. No. Can't read in time.
Let's go, go, go!
I've got this.
I don't think I can... teleport up there, sadly. That apparently. Oh yeah, there's Barrel right there. Hey, Mint. Oh, hey, guys. to get up there? You've got to be kidding me.
Have you been keeping well? Do tell me all about what you've been up to. I knew I could count on you. Adios, Reen.
Where do you want to go? Leave it to me!
Hoping to know more about what happened. Sheeta? Wait, Sheeta this girl here? No. I remember who that Sheeta is. You, Sheeta? No. Yes.
Okay, let's give this a try. Wow, people...
All right.
Has to be, guys.
Give it
This
a
is
try.
home. No, guys, do
All
that
right.
again.
I'll give it a try.
I don't trust you. You should have done that right. Or not.
It's Fee's cooking power hour. Yay, it's ready. It's Fee's cooking power hour. You can try.
All right. I'll give it a try.
Okay, let's give
Still
this a
can't
try.
believe it's not.
There we go.
Alright, I give up. Do it later.
Let's go, go, go!
Right.
Fighting a prologue. Oh, it's a magic knight. But
This one will take everything we have.
Okay. Here I go!
I go where the wind takes me.
Success.
I've got it!
No complaints here.
Exactly how it should.
Get back up. Oh. Dad's here. Hey, Dad.
Yes, this is Reen Schwarzer speaking.
Oh, good. I was worried I wouldn't be able to get in contact with you.
Oh, hey, Toa. That explains it. The signal must be pretty good from the Courageous.
Listen, I've got good news and bad news. First, the good. We've actually worked out the location of one of Class 7's relatives.
Really?
Yeah, but that's where the bad news comes in. Anyway, can you come back to the Courageous as soon as you can? Please, it's important.
All right, sure. We'll be back as soon as we can.
Bet it's aliens. I don't know. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this.
Let's go, go, go!
I've got this.
Oh, look at here. Oh, hello. What are you doing here, Potter girl?
here.
I'll handle it. One. Target's eliminated. Let's get going.
I feel stronger than
No complaints here.
I did it!
A map.
We have the advantage here.
Okay. One. Got it. Let's get this.
No complaints here. Winds, give us your blessing. It's my turn. Oh, winds, howl with rain. Wind Cyclone! Together, we're unbeatable.
I'm so glad.
That should suffice.
No complaints here.
Success.
We have the advantage here.
Okay.
My turn. Burn to a... Now's our chance. Let's go. This is our real power.
I'm so glad.
I've got it.
I spy with my little eye the goods. We got this!
Here I go. Burn to ash.
No problem. Turn to flame.
It's my turn. Together, we're unbeatable.
I've got it.
I'm awesome.
The wind is behind us. Let's go.
Right.
We made it out in one piece.
No.
Huh? Thank God I'm awesome! We got this! No problem. Now! Time! That's the last of them. Good work, everyone.
Great!
Up. As it is coming up to being 10 o'clock.
Oh, that's a fine-looking treasure chest.
We have nothing to fear.
My turn. Burn to act. Now's our chance. Let's go!
No.
I'm so...
No complaints here.
I did it! Look at me go! Careful! This one looks strong.
Let's move.
No problem.
We should keep going.
I'm so glad.
I'm just getting started.
I've got it.
Look at me go!
Oh, I guess it was a good thing I did that one quest first. Why are they here? Makes sense. Ooh, he gets 3 slots.
Have you been keeping well? All right, let me hear your report. Marvelous! You've ranked up. This is just a little something from me. I knew I could count on you. Adios, Reen.
Get to use that. Damn, that recovers. That's a lot. I'm gonna go ahead and save though. Here. Because I'm pretty sure my wife's gonna be wanting to go to bed soon since it's 10:10. So, y'all have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you're on the world. I'm Spartini, raised by Martini Glass, and I'm out of here.